Okay, now. I'm hitting the live button. So we should actually be going live shortly. Does it say we're live? I think we're live.
We're good.
I think we're live. So for everyone watching, welcome. Oh, you know what? I forgot one little thing. There we go. Just a little bit of background music. But yes, welcome everyone. This is the On Just Restart podcast. We do it every Sunday night at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. And this will be the final podcast before Nintendo's E3 2021 Direct. We are less than 48 hours away. We're almost 36 hours away. We're getting there. It's close. It's happening. Nintendo is coming at the end of all the E3 stuff. And I think it's going to be pretty good. I'm pretty excited about it. You guys have seen most of my predictions already, but we're going to be doing a predictions discussion. So I'm going to be discussing my predictions with everyone here in the Hangout, the Discord call, and those people are Dumo, Cameron from GameBird Classic, and Brandon from What About Nintendo. All of their channels are linked in the description below. All my good buddies here. We're going to be hearing about their discussions too, in case, their predictions as well, in case I didn't make that clear. It's not just me talking about my predictions with them. We're going to be talking about everyone's predictions together. We're going into the chat. We're going to be talking about some news that has sort of surfaced over the last few days. The whole GameStop situation with the Zelda posters and potentially leaking a Switch name, or maybe not. Maybe it was just an error. We're going to be talking about all of that. We'll probably touch on some of the other E3 things that have happened leading up to this point. But yes, we're going to be going full-on speculation prediction mode into Nintendo's big direct that's coming this Tuesday. And it's going to be a good one. But before I check in with the chat here, how are you guys doing?
Doing good. Glad to be back on the show. This is a super exciting time. And it's actually even more exciting for me because I didn't get a chance to get out my Nintendo E3 predictions video, unfortunately. Sometimes life gets in the way, but we'll be able to discuss a little bit of our predictions here tonight. So I'm excited to talk about some of the things that I'm hoping to see or expecting to see.
Yeah, and actually, you know, I want to give you some credit, right? Because you were speculating, predicting that there would be a sequel to Mario Rabbids a while ago. And that has been confirmed. Yeah. Like, I started talking about it. I mean, I agree with your speculation, right?
Sure.
But like, I started talking about it maybe like early May, because just based off the speculation as well. But I heard something, and lo and behold, Mario plus Rabbids Sparks of Hope is a real thing. The sequel is coming, and it's coming in 2022. So we got news of that Saturday. So that's pretty interesting. But yeah, props to you, Cameron. He is a great prognosticator. Make sure to check out his channel, guys. It is linked in the description below.
Please do.
Yeah, things are going really well. Weather's fantastic. Got a few days off work. So my desk is finally clean. It's a good day. Thanks for having me on. It's always fun to come and chat.
Yeah, man. Yeah, this is gonna be good. This is gonna be good. I'm ready. I am so ready.
Your body is ready?
About as ready as it can be, that's for sure.
There you go.
But Brandon, how you doing, man?
Yeah, I'm doing good. Just kind of disappointed off of the Microsoft event. They didn't show as much Halo as I was hoping, but they're going to show more multiplayer tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Just surprised me, but I wanted to see like a big blowout of the single player, because we got a glimpse of it last E3, and it's been a whole year. The game is coming out later this year, but they didn't really show off that much other than like a tiny little story trailer. So they didn't really go into more mechanics about how the game actually plays. And it's so different this time around that I feel like they really need to go in and talk about like how what all the differences are. So that was kind of disappointing. But other than that, you know, I'm still hyped for what, you know, Nintendo's going to bring, which is, you know, the main thing I look forward to E3 anyways. So, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you know, I'll tell you, it kind of does get me wondering, right? Like, the general consensus, and I haven't watched all of the shows. I've just been watching some of the trailers. Like, Elden Ring looks pretty cool, but that wasn't even E3, it was Games Fest. But like the general consensus has been that this has been a little underwhelming, right? Most people seem to be of a similar sort of impression across the board. And it gets me wondering, like, did these companies sort of buy into the E3 idea, but when they did, they never expected to go all in and they were just gonna kind of do a little bit? Like, is this perhaps E3 coming back, but coming back in a way that's not as significant as it was before? Because it doesn't seem like everyone's going all out here.
I think you can't these days. There's so many things, like there's so many events throughout the year now, and you need to hold something for every event, or else you have an event go by and everyone else makes the news and you don't. So unfortunately, it just means that that big, massive, over-the-top blowout might just not be happening as much anymore.
Yeah, I think Dumo makes a good point. Everyone's doing their Nintendo Direct style presentations these days, and they've got a number of them spread out throughout the years. They're not going to throw all their eggs in one basket really anymore. But I also think, like, with next-gen consoles out and the struggle to get them into stores and into customers' hands, I think we're also looking at a lot of next-gen titles that are probably going to be delayed. I feel like the new Horizon is going to be one of those titles, possibly God of War as well.
I think God of War is already confirmed to be coming in 2022.
Yeah.
Oh, we're confirmed? Okay, I missed that. Never mind.
Yeah. Horizon, though, that one is still up in the air.
Yeah. But, yeah, I think
Elden Ring coming in January was kind of a surprise.
People thought the game was going to become vaporware. Like, people were speculating that the game was going to get canceled, and no, and they were just
close.
Yeah,
that would have been a nightmare.
Yeah, it's coming out early January, something, right?
I've been super hyped for that.
Yeah, if anything, worst case scenario, play Elden Ring, guys. That's gonna be a pretty big one. I'm pretty excited about it because I'm a Dark Souls fan, and it's like Dark Souls, but it's more open, and there's mounts, so it kind of has Dark Souls has always had like a little bit of a Zelda feel from it. Like you could kind of always tell there's maybe a hint of Zelda inspiration in there. But now there's like the openness, and then you can ride horses, and it's Dark Souls. It's not actually Dark Souls; it's Elden Ring. But come on, and it's being made by George the guy that what's his name? Is it
George R. Martin?
Right, George R. Martin, right? Yeah, and he's the writer for Game of Thrones, which is like the coolest, biggest like medieval like story in the last like 10 or 15 years. So, yeah, this is pretty cool.
It's funny that you mentioned Dark Souls having some Zelda influence. I remember I'd seen a tweet. So it was like maybe a couple years ago, and it had like a little clip of Breath of the Wild, and it was saying like, you guys ripped off Dark Souls, and then FromSoft like tweeted back at it and said actually Zelda was doing this first with like a little clip. Like, we actually borrowed from Zelda. They didn't borrow from us. I thought that was pretty awesome that FromSoft was like, nah, Zelda's the original.
Yeah, I mean,
kind of hard to argue.
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah, but
why even make that comment?
it is hard to argue because I mean it's just the truth, right? Like Zelda, with Ocarina of Time, like things changed, right? Well, first let's go even further back. The NES Legend of Zelda, right? Like that sort of set the benchmark for, or is like the blueprint for like open world games. Like you're panning from panel to panel, but it was like an open sort of world with an open sort of structure in how you sort of explored it. And then obviously, that they sort of progressed with the game style and the design. But then on Nintendo 64 with Ocarina of Time, that game introduced Z targeting. Every third person game you play that sort of locks onto an enemy that centers the camera behind the character, that came from the Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. Yeah. So, it's pretty important. Like that Nintendo was sort of a big pioneer in sort of 3D exploration and adventure games, and a lot of other game companies have followed suit since, right? So, it's definitely a big deal, but obviously Dark Souls has become its own thing. Not trying to take anything away from what From Software has accomplished. In terms of like non-Nintendo developers, From Software is like one of my favorites. So
atmospheric design, like a phenomenal.
Yep, level design, lore, like the lore they've created is unbelievable. And
then to add a better writer.
And I've always said like Zelda to me has always seemed like probably the most emulated formula in gaming. People really try and emulate that. But I mean, look at the Souls series now. Look how many Souls likes people are trying to push out and pump out, whether it's indie games or other AAA games. Square just had a trailer today for a new Final Fantasy that's kind of Souls inspired. So yeah, FromSoft is awesome, and I hope to see more FromSoft stuff on Nintendo in the future.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe we'll get like a Dark Souls 2 port or something. You know, it's not out of the question. But, before we sort of continue on sort of talking, guys, I just want to check in with the chat here. Guys in the chat, let me know how everything is looking and sounding. If we need to adjust anything, let me know now. We're still early into the cast, so if there's any errors, we could fix it. But please let me know. But, yeah, we already got a few people in the chat. Let's see here. Super Chris, thank you for modding. All right, Giancarlo added me. I'm hoping Nintendo's E3 2021 surpasses E3 2019, Nintendo's best E3. So, if you're paying attention to our kind of like early discussion, right, perhaps it might lead you to believe otherwise because everyone else sort of seems to be holding back a little bit. So, I don't know if Nintendo's going to hold back. Nintendo they march to the beat of their own drum, so they may not hold back, but they also could. We are getting a 40-minute Nintendo Direct. There have been longer in the past. We are only getting 3 hours of Treehouse footage. There has been far more Treehouse footage we've gotten in the past as well. And Bloomberg and Eurogamer and other sites were reporting that there was supposed to be a Switch Pro announcement that was imminent and likely to be announced before E3. I'm not saying it's impossible Nintendo doesn't announce it, say, tomorrow, but I think most people at this point either think A, it's fake, or B, it's coming out and being announced far later. So, point is, whatever Nintendo's doing, the signs aren't necessarily suggesting that this is going to be the biggest, best presentation of all time. Now, I'm not trying to kill the hype here. I am not trying to do that. I think this is going to be good. There's quite a few things I expect. If you guys saw my personal Final Direct predictions video, I talked about a lot of things, but as this E3 has sort of carried on, I am seeing that overall developers and publishers are holding back a little bit. So it's going to be interesting to see how Nintendo does it. But either way, I feel like, we're going to get some good stuff for sure.
Yep.
It might not all be released. I'm really surprised that they're doing 40 minutes and it's focused on games this year because they have a lot of stuff that's lined up for next year.
Mario Rabbids, Sparks of Hope, Splatoon 3, Pokemon Legends Arceus, Triangle Strategy. All of these are going to be published Nintendo products. All relatively major games that probably could be deserving of their own dedicated month in terms of Nintendo not putting anything major there. And they're all for 2022, and the Direct is mostly 2021. And of course, a lot of people are speculating that Breath of the Wild 2 is also 2022. I'm not sure, but a lot of people are speculating that, right? So if that is, that's 5 major Nintendo games that are all coming in 2022. So what's the Direct going to be about? It's one of the reasons why I think maybe we still have hope for Breath of the Wild 2 this year, because, how many 2022 games are there going to be before we get anything for 2021, right? So I don't know, but it's definitely something to consider for sure. Good point, Dumo. But continuing on the chat here, unless there's someone else that wants to add to that point.
No, I was just gonna say, Nintendo's also famous for saying they're focusing on one thing and then still sneaking in a bunch of things that didn't relate to what, So I think we'll definitely see some of those 2022 titles that we already know of, and I wouldn't be surprised if we saw 1 or 2 2022 titles that we just either haven't been talked about yet or that we're just not expecting to see, Yeah. But,
moving on here. iSonic Academy. I can't wait for Mario Rabbids Sparks of Hope. Looks amazing. It does look pretty good. I might be more interested in this one as opposed to the first one. So, it's interesting. There looks to be quite a few sort of nods towards Galaxy. A lot of people are joking that it's like a Galaxy 3, right? I don't know, but there's definitely some Galaxy vibes there for sure. It's obvious. There are Lumas, or there are Sparks now that are Luma Rabbid hybrids, which are, I don't know, people seem to be kind of creeped out about them, but I think they're fine.
It's a disturbing thing that I'm totally okay with.
Yeah,
You got
yeah.
Rabbid Rosalina as well.
Rabbid Rosalina, yeah. You know, I'm kind of like wondering, is that big bad, that big purple sort of evil enemy with the floaty hands and the cloak, could that potentially maybe be Rosalina herself? Because I think we've seen confirmation of the Rabbid version for Mario, Luigi. We've seen Yoshi, right? Luigi and Peach, and then they have all their Rabbid versions, and then there's Rabbid Rosalina. But if I'm not mistaken, and I could be mistaken because I didn't see the entire conference, there is no Rosalina herself. That hasn't been shown yet. Just Rabbid Rosalina. So there's something going on with Rosalina, right? Like, I have a hard time believing that Rosalina will have zero presence when there is a Rabbid Rosalina, but then all the other characters are sort of accounted for. Like,
right.
both counterparts is what I mean. So then, what's going on there? Is it possible that Rosalina is somehow related to the evil big purple boss thing, right? Like, what if it's like a cursed version of her? Like, Rosalina has like galactic level powers, right? Like, I think there's like, was it Galaxy 2 or I'm not sure which one. It might be Galaxy 2 where she's like actually kind of giant at some point or another. So
yeah,
I don't know. There might be something going on there.
I don't know. Maybe Dark Rosalina. I just hope we get Wario and Waluigi in this one, because those characters are already like disturbing, just being themselves. So getting a Rabbid version of both Wario and Waluigi sounds like equally as disturbing.
Wow. I don't think that's possible. I don't know. Just moving on to the chat here real quick, and then we'll jump into the beginning of our predictions. Ronnie Fozzie, I wonder if we're still seeing the after effects of the pandemic within the gaming industry. I think a lot of people believe that. I'm not going to deny that. There's a lot of stuff. I mean, you're getting a lot of 2022 announcements, right? Like, not too many. Hey, this is coming out this year. Get ready, get hyped. So, you know, that could have something to do with it. And perhaps the reason why everyone seems to be maybe holding back a little bit now is because there isn't that much to show off yet. So that could have something to do with it as well. So maybe there's some truth to that.
Well, everyone was expecting, you know, every game from last year was going to come, that got pushed last year is going to come this year with every game that was planned this year. But the games that were originally planned for this year also felt the effects of COVID. They also got pushed back. So, like, we're just basically the game world, like everything else in the world, went on pause for a year. That's all it really is. I wasn't expecting this. Like, I think that's what a lot of people's disappointment with E3 is. They were expecting this like big double E3, and that's just not how it works, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I think if anyone is still really being affected by it right now, it's probably Nintendo, unfortunately, just because like Japan isn't doing too hot right now. They're still in a state of emergency. And, you know, Sony shifted a lot of focus out of their Japan studios to focus on more Western studios. So I feel like they're one of the companies that's probably feeling it a little bit harder. And they have such a strong level of quality control with the products that they push out. They'll just keep delaying something until they feel it has that Nintendo quality seal of approval. So I feel like it's probably hurting them a little bit more than, you know, they're willing to say.
That might.
And then you're also looking
at
your Square Enix, your Capcom, your Bandai, and they're probably all hurting a little bit too. And we were expecting, you know, Square it was an all right show, but they had 5 mobile games, which
man.
It's to be expected. Those are big money makers right now, and they, like, the thing about Square is they've been spending a long time trying to figure out how to make money in between their like 10-year development cycles of Final Fantasy. So like, I understand it makes sense, but it doesn't make for like this really big, exciting show.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, we're gonna know for sure just how like held back Nintendo maybe was during the Direct. Like, if their Direct comes and there's like barely anything announced for 2021, and it's, yeah, I mean, I could see that being the narrative for sure. Giancarlo, could Capcom reveal the rumored temporary exclusive Resident Evil for Switch tomorrow? Yeah, I mean, there have been like some games announced for Switch, like for example, Mario plus Rabbids Sparks of Hope. It's a Switch exclusive that wasn't announced during an Nintendo Direct. It was during Ubisoft's thing. So conceivably, if Capcom has something big that they're sort of saving, that yeah, they could announce it during their presentation. And Nintendo won't do it then. Like that's totally possible. So for sure, I mean, I'm going to be keeping my eyes peeled. Capcom's one of my favorite developers as well. I mean, I love Monster Hunter, I love Resident Evil, so, you know, both of those are going to be in the show, so I'm probably going to be paying attention to that one for sure. Joseph, is there always a music in the background? Yeah, I pretty much always have music in the background. I just don't make it too loud because, you know, I don't want to take away from the conversation. Cool. Max Ronis is telling me everything sounds great. David Q saying everything's okay. Cool. So I am hearing some feedback that everything is fine. Thank you guys. Ice Sonic, I feel like it's 2017 with Mario Rabbids Sparks of Hope, Splatoon 3, Pokemon Legends Arceus, and Breath of the Wild 2. 5 years later, because all those games are coming out next year. Maybe. I'm still not 100% on Breath of the Wild 2 coming out next year, but that is definitely what most people are thinking right now. Let's see. Kyle. Kickert. Will we see Super Mario Party 2 at E3? Maybe. I don't know. Like, that's been something that I think a lot of people have sort of hinted at. A lot of people speculated that the online update that we got for Super Mario Party, not Super Mario Putty, Super Mario Party, that was meant to be as like sort of like a stress test to see how the online will work for Mario Party, and maybe they can test it out for Super Mario Party 2. Conceivably, I'll tell you that it's not at all unreasonable to expect another Mario Party not too long from now, because usually we get a few per generation. The last one came out in 2018. This is 2021. So it's not at all a stretch to say that, yeah, there could be one announced. It's definitely something I always bring up in my speculation or predictions videos, so for sure, there's a good chance. I'm not convinced that it will be. You know, I'm not as confident as, say, for example, like I was for Mario Rabbids or for Metroid, for example, but there's definitely like a decent chance that Mario Party's announced at E3. Talbrum, when do you guys think Shredder's Revenge is coming out? I don't even know what Shredder's Revenge is.
What is that?
I think that's the new Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles beat 'em up in the style of Turtles in Time.
Oh wait, I think was that like it was? Yeah, I think they actually showed that off during the February Direct, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know.
I'm actually excited for it. I played all those Turtles beat 'em ups.
Is there a release date for that?
I don't think so. Let's take a look here.
2021. So maybe I think it's actually, you know, we could see another update on that, and then we might have an actual release date for that during the Direct. So that's a good bet, actually, I would say. The Best Cowboy, do you think we can have a new Mario Striker game trailer for 2022 at E3? I know we have a new Mario Golf this year, but do you think this is possible? Is it possible? Yes. But possible can be 0.1% or something.
Yeah.
So yes, it's possible, but I'm going to say no. Then that doesn't mean I don't think it's potentially in development. Next Level Games is working on their next project. They could conceivably be working on the next Strikers game. But because of Mario Golf, I don't think they're going to showcase a Mario Sports title, another one at E3 quite yet. The earliest I would expect another Mario Sports title would be September. Now, if they do some sort of Olympics-related thing, that's different. But like in terms of like anything outside of the Olympics, I would expect that after this Direct probably. But there's just at least a chance. But I expect it probably later on. And I definitely am hoping the Next Level Games is working on a Strikers game or like a sequel to Luigi's Mansion or something new, like maybe like a Kid Icarus like revival.
Yeah, that'd be really cool.
Hello there, DE Fox. Thank you for modding. I am doing well. Paint Fat Purple. Obviously, Final Fantasy 16 ain't coming in 2021 if it wasn't shown at E3. Was it ever confirmed for 2021? I don't think it was. I was never really expecting it to come out this year. I was, you know, I don't know. It's definitely, I liked the whole overall look of it because it has like a very like sort of medievalish kind of vibe. So,
which game is this?
Final Fantasy 16.
I don't think it's out till. Well, it's definitely not coming out till next year at the very, very earliest, because Square Enix flashed a title in passing. I really, really want Final Fantasy 16. The guy in charge of it, I really, really like what he has done for the company and the direction he is pushing Square Enix in. And so I was really hoping to see some of that, and it did not.
Yeah, I was too. Really bad.
Yeah,
Like,
it's disappointing.
I was like, Square just needs to show me Final Fantasy 16 and it'll be a good show.
Tokyo
for me.
Game Show.
Instead, they decided to show us 16 Final Fantasy games.
Better coming to mobile and not console.
Exciting! Oh my goodness!
They're all coming to
Yeah.
PC too. Like, let's.
No, I know, but like who's like, what if we just brought this to Steam and mobile? 6 of the most beloved games in our Final Fantasy series. Who's like, yeah, that's a great idea.
Give it 6 months. The package will be on Switch. Like, but like, it's not like it's nice, but it's not like it's not gonna set the internet on fire.
Yeah, I think it was more of that followed by then. And now we're gonna talk about some of our sweet games coming to mobile, like following right with them.
Don't
Like,
just
no.
can
Like,
there
what,
just be a rule that mobile games should not be discussed at E3? Can't there just be like a mobile showcase or a mobile E3? I like when there was the E3 sort of like little trailer and it showed like the different controllers and then they showed the phone. I was like, ew, why are you doing this to me?
There's I know, like, mobile games have a spot at E3. It's just like E3. You're trying to sell your games to consumers. There's a lot of eyes on it. You're also trying to it's also investors watching this and like pretty closely to see what the hype is around. So I get it, and that looks good. The problem is when you have like EA go 30 minutes in on some garbage mobile game and people playing it and they have no idea what's going on while they're playing it, and like you spend too much time on it. It's a big mess. And then again, we had I think we had like 6 or 7 mobile games from Final Fantasy, one being like a 5-year anniversary. We got Nier, we got a battle royale.
Yeah.
It was just a lot, you know?
It kind of reminds me of last year, because I remember like during the summer, right? Like I think there Pokemon Presents during the summer, or was that early in the year? At one point or another, they announced Pokemon Unite last year, right? And Pokemon Unite will come to Switch, but it also it's mobile. And then later into the year, we had that random treehouse where they talked about what game did they talk about? Paper Mario. But then afterwards, we got the Bakugan thing. And that was just yeah. You got to read your fan base, I think, and oftentimes we see a lot of like backlash, at least on social media, because sometimes we get stuff that isn't. At least we're the vocal minority, right? Like to your point, Dumo, like a lot of this mobile stuff is exciting to a lot more casual sort of like viewers.
It's not only that, but a lot of people, what you're getting on Twitter, social media, all that is like first instinct gut reaction, not the stop and think about it. So like Pokemon Unite, everyone flipped out over that and no one wants this. And that's going to be played at Worlds. I don't think you understand how big this game is going to be. It's going to make a ton of money. It's going to have a spot at Worlds for Pokemon. That's not a small announcement that people seem to think it is. It's not some ridiculous cash grab. This is going to be something that they're going to put a lot into, that they want to push this competitively. Like that's the whole purpose of it. And part of that is that it also has
a bit of a political issue with it though. Because it's Tencent that's going to be. Yeah, but it's Tencent that's working on it, right?
But Tencent also controls the top MOBA. So it's like who they say, okay, well, it's Tencent. Well, I don't want Tencent. Okay, well then who do you want? I want the best company for the game. Wouldn't that, if you're making a MOBA, wouldn't you want the best MOBA company doing it?
Yeah.
So it's a tough call. Like, what do you do?
Yeah, I think you both make great points. I just don't know, like, not to say that there isn't room for mobile announcements at E3. I just feel like TGS is the better place for it because it's so heavily focused around the mobile game and the mobile audience. Whereas, like, I know there's people who watch E3 who are casual gamers and like to play games on their mobile phone, but I feel like the bulk of people who are really like tuning into these presentations are more about that, you know, not hardcore experience, but more, I don't know,
Core.
Yeah,
Core.
No, core gamer. The core gamer.
Yeah. But I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I just remember, like, I think it was EA like 2 or 3 years ago announced a brand new Command and Conquer, and they're like, and it's coming to mobile phone. And it's just like,
and they spent too much time on it.
They spent like 20 minutes.
If you're going to announce a mobile game, give us a trailer, say what it's on, move on. Don't spend 20 minutes on a mobile game. That's the easiest. Well, for starters, you spend 20 minutes on any game, you're tanking your presentation.
Sure.
I mean, Nintendo does it. It tanks the presentation every single time when they do.
The only way it doesn't tank is if it's like Breath of the Wild too. Like for example, the Smash Direct, the E3 2018 Direct was half of Smash Brothers, right? But we also let people know that though.
But a lot of people didn't like that too. It's like, if you start, like, yes, Smash is a big selling game, but it's got what, over 20 million of over 80 million units sold. So it's still 60 million customers that didn't really care enough to even buy it. Did they really want to watch that long of it? It's like, there's other way, like, and Nintendo has other ways of doing this. They have the treehouse. So it's like, you can do a longer trailer and then show off at the treehouse, or do something what Capcom, like, Monster Hunter, they showed Rise and to open it up with a trailer, and then they said stay tuned after the Direct for more Monster Hunter Rise.
Yeah, I agree, Dumo. I think that format's a lot better. I think saved the real deep dives for the Treehouse. But I gotta give Nintendo a little bit of credit, because when they did like their Smash E3 and their big Breath of the Wild E3, they're very transparent about it. They said this year's E3 is gonna focus around Smash Brothers. So we all went in expecting like a big chunk of this is going to be showing off this game. I think it hurts a little bit more when you just get like, oh, we're doing a 40-minute presentation and then 20 minutes of it is a game, and we're like, oh, we only have 20 minutes left, you know. Yeah. So I think it did help them to be transparent and say, we're focusing on this game, or we're focusing on this game, you know.
Isn't it nice when companies are transparent?
Yeah, right. But to point out, Nintendo didn't specify anything this time around, right? So I don't expect any deep dives, and if they do during the Direct, that would probably be a mistake, right? Like they probably,
I'm just saying, like, a deep dive, even when you know it's coming, it kills the pace of your show,
right?
Like you can't do a deep dive in a game and keep that high pace, high energy. It just doesn't happen. Especially seeing as no matter what, like, I don't care what game it is, you're not going to get over 50% of your people watching that invested in that specific game. It's just not how it works, especially with Nintendo, where it doesn't matter. You can show off 100 games and you'll have a big group of people complaining because this one game wasn't shown off. Like, you spend that much time on any game, even known ahead of time, like, it does help, but it kills the pace of your presentation. Interviewing developers kills the pace of your presentation.
Not during the Direct. Yeah, I think I agree. Balance is key, and then use the Treehouse to give us that more expansive information for sure.
Like, presentation, just laser focused on keeping hype and high pace, and when there's a little lull, like, make sure it flows properly. You got to start strong. You can lull down a bit, ramp back up. You gotta have that flow, that pace. And as soon as you do a deep dive, it kills the pace. It kills it, especially when you have another way of doing it. Like, or just be like, this is everything. So, okay, now we're just going to do a deep dive to end off the Direct. And then the people that don't want it, they can be like, this Direct was awesome. And then they can just leave.
Yeah. Brandon, what were you saying?
I said it's got to be at the end if you're going to do a deep dive. You don't do a deep dive like in the middle of the presentation, because that just sucks.
Yeah, I agree.
And look at all the companies that do deep dives for every single game, and they interview like developers for every single game, and it's like oh, cool trailer, and like, wow, this is boring.
Yeah.
You know, like, these are developers. It's not like Reggie, where you can bring Reggie out on stage and he's a freaking showman.
Personality that like you just love it.
Yeah, you can always tell a difference when there is someone who's not necessarily well trained or well practiced in presenting in front of a whole bunch of people. But let me I know there's a lot of things in the chat I want to get to, and there's so much we want to talk about. Let me kind of push forward a little bit here. We'll likely circle back to this at some point. But there was this one question I saw from Freddy68, and Freddy68 asked, Andre, if Breath of the Wild 2 isn't on E3 Nintendo Direct, will you still think it will come out this year? The answer is no. If Breath of the Wild 2 is not at the Direct, I do not expect it to come out this year at all, for sure. I think even if we get a trailer in the Direct, even if we get footage at the Treehouse and they still don't give us a release date, I will no longer think the game is coming out this year. They have to tell us a release date. If they don't give us a release date for 2021 by June 15th, the game isn't coming out this year, in my opinion. It's still my prediction, right? But I don't think if it has even that it won't be coming out this year. I still have hope though, so we'll see. But we'll get to that. We'll get to that when we dive into our actual predictions in a little bit. And then 10 Josh, do you think Metroid Prime 4 could come out late next year at the earliest? I love your parentheticals there. At the earliest, yes. I think Prime 4 could be like a holiday sort of 2022 release, or at least like a late 2022 release. That is like the earliest I could see it coming out. And that would, yeah, very earliest, I think it's possible.
Best case scenario.
Yeah. Joseph Faluco, do you think there will be a lot of indie games shown like Silksong or Sports Story? Or is that going to be an indie direct later in the year? Personally, I hope that they keep the indies to a minimum because they have those indie showcases. I think people are looking towards the direct for some of the more major releases, so if Nintendo doesn't devote that much time to them, I don't think that'll be the best look. There should be a few sprinkled in. I'm not saying there shouldn't be any, but I think overall they probably should be focusing on like some of the major releases that are coming out throughout the year. But we'll see what happens. Chat jumped up here. Okay, a couple of more, and then we'll jump into a particular topic that I think Brandon will really want to talk about.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. J-Spike, have you talked about what you expect the holiday 2021 game to be yet? Yes, it's Breath of the Wild 2. October 29th, launching with Switch Pro. I could be wrong, for sure. I could definitely be wrong, but that is my prediction. Happens. Yeah. Talbaron, Mario Strikers could happen next year since it's the year of the World Cup. I think next year is certainly a possibility. There's usually like one Mario sports game a year or every 2 years, so timing wise it's within the realm of possibility. The audio, did you talk about that GameStop thing already on the Switch? No, we're about to talk about that now. All right, let's do it. All right, so we'll get back to the chat in a little bit, guys. We're gonna start jumping into things. So before we jump into our predictions, I really want to kind of get your thoughts on this whole GameStop situation. So there's a couple different angles to this, right? And this has been a continuously updating story. Let's see here. I missed a part. Okay, there we go. Cool. So early, was it this week? I don't know. It's all been a blur to me. But we talked about on the channel, there was these GameStop posters that were circulating that are about the Zelda anniversary. I'm going to go ahead and sort of screen share it's already been officially announced, so I'm not risking anything by showing it to you guys. Because I saw photos come from different types of photos from different places circulating for a while. And I didn't want to share it because it wasn't officially confirmed yet. We talked about it, I just didn't actually show the imagery, but here it is. You guys could probably see it on stream. I believe that's just the two different sides. And it looks kind of like a different type of version of the Zelda 30th anniversary sort of imagery. Yeah. Except now it has some Breath of the Wild stuff in there, and it's using like that Twilight Princess Skyward Sword Ocarina of Time fusion link that they had for promotional material back even on the Wii U, I want to say. And it looks nice, like it's using like that white Zelda text. It's kind of like inspired from Breath of the Wild. It's cool, but it's not really that big of a deal. But I guess the bigger point here is that there are reports that on June 15th, GameStop's going to be doubling the amount of people they have there, and this poster will be given to people who spend $30 or more on Zelda products or trade toward a Nintendo Switch system. So that's kind of part of the sort of little situation here. So let's talk about that first, and then I'll talk about this potential leak, likely error sort of thing. So we'll get to the other part of the GameStop story, but the fact that there's going to be these Zelda posters releasing this week, that if you buy like over $30 of Zelda merchandise, or if you pre-order a Nintendo Switch system, like, do you guys think that is suggestive of anything at all, or do you just think it's purely GameStop trying to get something to go during E3 week because they're trying to maximize their sales here?
I think
It's hard to say for sure, isn't it?
Brandon, you go first.
Yeah, Brandon, go first.
I was saying, like, when we get these promotions where you can, and we're gonna get to the, I think, more specific image in a bit, but they have these promotions where you can get more money for trading in systems. That's usually around the time when they have pre-orders go for a brand new system, not just a new version of the same system. But the wording is kind of weird. And as far as these Zelda posters go, I don't know, man, because Nintendo hasn't really even talked about 35th anniversary. If this is like a special, they don't even mention it here specifically that this is a special like 35th anniversary thing. It's just a Zelda poster for some reason. They don't really elaborate on why they're doing it. So it's very odd. It's hard to say.
It's odd, but
down.
It's strange that it's towards Zelda merchandise or new Switch.
Yeah, it's oddly specific. Like, why would you just randomly do that right now if there's not something like some kind of bigger Zelda announcement coming, you know?
And I mean, I'm just to be totally real with you guys. I'm not saying that this 100% confirms what I've been hoping for, right? But it does give me a little bit more hope. It does suggest that there is going to be some sort of Zelda thing that GameStop is anticipating to pre-order potentially, right? And it might mean that there's some sort of Switch hardware thing where they're anticipating an increase in pre-orders for that as well, which is why they might be putting this together. Like, there's a chance of that, but it could also just be GameStop just trying to increase their sales potential here. But I do think it doesn't hurt the argument for cool stuff like a Breath of the Wild 2 and a Switch Pro this year, at the very least. It may not support it fully, but it doesn't hurt it either. So, that's my sort of take on it. But Dumo, I know you had some thoughts as well.
To me, it means nothing one way or another.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, 2 years ago, Microsoft did $100 US off of any Xbox system. It wasn't because there was anything new or big. It's just they were moving systems. Zelda 35th anniversary, they're obviously going to make mention of it. So if they make mention of it and like, hey, there's going to be a sale on stuff, and here's some merchandise and a bunch of, like, here's a poster and a bunch of Zelda amiibos that we're going to push out large quantities of, and so like it could be anything. That also doesn't mean that it's not a Switch Pro and Breath of the Wild 2. Like, to me, it literally means nothing.
It doesn't move. Yeah. It doesn't move the dial at all for you.
It can be, again, anniversaries do weird things.
Yeah.
We've seen giant plushes and like, yay, that's it. We've seen big sales. We've seen, like, it can be anything. And let's be honest, it's Nintendo. They can do things that make perfect sense. They can do things that make no sense whatsoever. So to me, like, I'm not saying that it doesn't confirm it. What I'm saying is that to me, it does nothing. Like, it can be anything.
Yeah, I'm on the same page as Dumo. This didn't really move the needle for me. Not saying that it's impossible that a Switch Pro is going to be announced any moment and pre-orders are going to go live on Tuesday after Nintendo's E3 presentation. But like Dumo said, I fully expect there to be some mention of Zelda's 35th in this Direct, and with that comes brand new Zelda merchandise. We know that there's a strong likelihood that there's going to be some sort of Breath of the Wild 2 blowout. I wouldn't be surprised if we got Breath of the Wild 2 amiibo announced, because we tend to always get amiibo every time we get a Zelda game. As well as, maybe a Breath of the Wild 2 Pro Controller, as well as maybe a Breath of the Wild 2 themed Switch. These are all things that are very likely for a big release like this, and for an anniversary as well. So yeah, I don't know. It's not impossible, but this specific thing with the poster doesn't move the needle for me.
Sure. So let's jump into the other part here, okay? And a lot of people have been speculating on this. I know there's been a fair bit of vitriol regarding the whole Switch Pro situation. I know a lot of people are salty about this, but hey, man, this is just what's coming out. So we're talking about it. So here's this image. Now, basically, I'll just read this for you. It's fairly clear. $50 extra credit when you trade select systems toward purchase of a new Nintendo Switch, Switch Lite, or Xbox Series X or S. And here you can see like the different credits you would get for what systems you're trading. If you trade a PS5, you can get 350 towards one of these systems here. PS4 Pro 250, and so on, right? Not a big deal. I saw this on Discord earlier. I think Shadow of Nexus shared it with me, and I was like, yeah, it probably means nothing. But then I looked at it again, and then I was like, wait, hold on a second. There is something weird about this image. So, notice here how it says, new Nintendo Switch. And first of all, there's a very, very good chance all it means is new Nintendo Switch, new Switch Lite, new Xbox Series X or S. That was my initial assumption. But the weird issue here is that they capitalize the N in new. So either A, they accidentally leak something, B, they're pretending to leak something to get more sort of publicity, or C, this is an error. And that's it. It's just a silly grammatical error. But look at the fine print. Towards the second half, they say, it's a little small, so I understand if you guys can't read it, but I'm going to read it out for you. Systems traded toward purchase of new Nintendo Switch Lite / Switch Lite or Xbox Series X or S. And here again, they capitalize the N for the word new. If you're not familiar with how English works, the word new in this context would not be capitalized because that would imply it's for a name and not to describe and not be an adjective for what these products here. So the safe thing is to assume this is a grammatical error and that this word new is supposed to be an adjective and N should not be capitalized. It was simply a mistake. But the fact that they did it twice in the same graphic gives some pause to maybe say, wait a second, why would they do that twice? That's the same error twice. It's the N capitalized twice. It's not being shown as an adjective, but rather as part of the name. So I just think that's kind of weird. I don't think that confirms anything, but it could potentially be a little nugget hinting at something that GameStop may have heard about. Maybe, or it could just be they messed up double time here. What do you guys think?
I just think
Go ahead,
if you
Brandon.
consider when the trade-in is valid, it's valid from the day through the 19th. It would be weird to have it be trade-in towards something that's not announced yet. It's like, if this is a valid trade-in, but one of the trade-in options is not even a thing yet. That's kind of odd. So that kind of leads me to believe that it's not that. It's also like very short window. Like, I feel like if it was for a brand new console, the window would be a bit longer for the trade-in value, but maybe not. It just kind of seems like it was probably a typo. It is really weird that they made it twice. Or maybe they just start the promo before it's announced for whatever reason, but that doesn't make any sense to me personally.
Yeah. I also feel like if like, obviously this is all over Twitter now with all the speculation, and First off, I refused to accept the name New Nintendo Switch. Like straight up, I just refuse to accept that. I won't.
Yeah.
I don't see Nintendo doing that again. And you know, if this was like, whoops, we accidentally leaked the new Nintendo Switch, the Nintendo ninjas would be on it right away. Like this ad would be pulled. I also feel like, but yeah, I think it's a grammatical error. I think it's really weird that it happened twice. Like that's for me is the weird thing. Like weird. Why is it say it in small print down below as well? But I don't know. I feel like
maybe they copied and pasted text.
Yes, yeah, that's possible.
That's where I was gonna go with it.
I don't know. What do you think, Dumo?
I mean, how many times that you guys do stuff? How many times do you copy paste things? If you made one grammatical error, you copy pasted it. It's now everywhere. Like, so it's super easy to make the same error twice because it's like you type it out and you're like, okay, copy that, stick it down there, make it smaller. Oh, now it's smaller. Now I have even less of an opportunity to see it. And let's be honest, like, come on, we've seen GameStop and IGN and all them make far bigger errors than that. And Brennan made a great point too. Like, if the trade-in is valid now and you can't even trade in for one of the options, on top of that, it's basically, to me, how I read that is you can trade in these systems for a new version of this, so you're not trading it in for a used one. And let's be honest, what they're doing here, like the entire point, is to obtain used systems so they can double dip in the sales.
Yeah,
that's exactly what it is. They're using it because they make big profits off of their used hardware, their used games. Like that's where the money is for them. So if they can bring in a bunch in a big event around a big event, you know, you now have the opportunity. Like that's how they're going to stay in business.
Yeah,
and they have to do it because we've seen they're not doing so well until someone else intervenes.
We just got that really nice indigo blue Switch Lite too, so you know there's people who might want to upgrade to that. And take advantage of that, as well as someone who maybe has a Switch Lite and dabbled and now wants the more core experience with a regular Switch. I don't know. Yeah, I
there might also be someone who has not been happy with the Switch and is like, you know what, I'm gonna get a Series X. Also, good luck with that. I mean, I don't think they're gonna be in stock, but go for it.
Yeah. Huh. So if I trade in my Nintendo Switch, I can get $225 of credit towards a new Nintendo Switch. Huh. So it cost me $75. That's just me, just thinking. But I mean, yeah. I mean, I did put out like a quick video earlier, just kind of like, just putting the question out there. I didn't really think too much about it. I think there's a small chance that it could be leaking something, but I feel like they could screw up. That's what it is. I'll also tell you, I would not like the name New Nintendo Switch. Like, would it work? Yes, it would work. Would it be fine? Probably. But I would prefer it if there was something better, like anything. Well, no, not Switch U, not that one. No,
they gotta do that next gen. That's next gen. That's not next one.
Super Switch, Switch Advance, Switch Pro, Switch Plus, Switch Hyper, Switch Ultra, Switch.
I'd love to see Advanced
1.5. What?
I'd love to see Advanced come back.
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool.
Bring Switch Advanced.
Yeah.
But at the same time, they can drop a new Nintendo Switch. They're like, the SoC isn't in production anymore. They have to replace the Switch. Yeah. So if they're just replacing it with whatever is the next cheapest SoC down the line, they could call it new Nintendo Switch. It's not meant to be a big upgrade. It's just meant to replace what they have so that they can continue selling this cash cow of theirs. Like, and that I'd be perfectly fine with if it was like, no, we're not doing games for it. It's the new Nintendo Switch because, you know, we got forced to upgrade it.
Yeah. So there was let me see here. There was a few people on Twitter that said something about Mario Rabbids kind of hinting towards a Switch revision, I heard. I don't know how much I make of that, but since we're on the subject, then we'll move on to actual predictions. I know half the people are sick of Switch Pro. It's probably real, just for the record.
Mhm.
Coming. It's just a matter of when.
Yeah, a matter of when.
Yeah.
Something has to come. Again, they have to upgrade the components. They have no choice. So something is coming. We just don't know how much.
Yeah.
And when.
Yeah.
And I'm still kind of on the page that I don't think we're going to see it at the E3 Direct. I feel like Nintendo
No, I don't think so.
stuff in a separate presentation and focus strictly on the games.
Their tweet said exclusively software. So if,
Yeah.
and again, they can lie, but
Yeah,
it's like, yeah.
I think I mean, before those leaks came out that we were going to be getting it shortly before E3, an announcement for it, I was kind of guessing late summer, like September-ish. Normally we get a big September Direct, and I could see them doing that, especially if Breath of the Wild is a fall release. I mean, it would make sense for them to drop an announcement for their new hardware just a couple months before, 2-3 months before it's coming out.
Yeah, I mean, I always felt like, you know, when the Bloomberg report came out, I was like, oh, they're going to do it this early? Okay, all right. Like, it did seem a little early. But the reason they put was because they wanted third-party developers to showcase their games for Switch Pro. But that's we're a good part through E3, and I don't really know what to make of that. I'm trying to find the tweets here. I can't find them. It's not really that big of a deal, because it's just kind of another drop in the bucket, really. Because lots of insiders have said things, right? Like, so it is what it is.
At the end of the day, unless you've seen even now, like Nintendo might not have a specific, they might have it sitting there and not have a specific date known yet, and they're trying to figure it out, trying to make decisions. Like, that's not something that happens on a whim. Mm-hmm. So, and like, if they're still trying, it's like, this is the window we have where we want to, and they're trying to figure out what they want to do with it. And an insider gets some information and shares it, and you now have all these rumors. They're not lies. They're based on something, but, you know, it doesn't mean that, you know, the next day plans weren't changed.
Right. I'll tell you that I heard that it was maybe considered to be announced beforehand, but that's not what happened. Like, things change so quickly.
Yep.
So, you know, that's it. It just changed. And again, it just one of those things where I never, before the last like report from like a week or so ago that there was going to be an imminent reveal, I expected it potentially this year, but not this to be revealed this early on. I think later summer, you know, is going to be a thing. And until then, people are going to call it a hoax until it's confirmed. But, you know, that's what I sort of expect right now. Now, I'll tell you, there's a small piece of me that's like, tomorrow they're going to put a trailer out, and it's be right before their Direct, and it'll be exactly as we are all sort of hoping. But probably the safer bet is to assume that this is going to get revealed not like this week, but probably late summer.
That would be so hardcore if they just dropped it right before.
They could. Like, why? It's just a trailer. It'd like drop a 2 to 3 minute trailer. Like, they could.
You know what? They could be real jerks. Bandai Namco goes on after them, and Bandai's already kind of being like, I would not want to be Bandai right now. You're going after Nintendo, and then like, just for Nintendo, if they really wanted to do it, they could just right in the middle drop it, and then all the streamers like, whoa, wait, what? What just happened? And like, everything gets messed up, and then Bandai show becomes a little bit of Nintendo's, and I highly doubt they would. But, you know, they can drop it at any point in time. They tweet out a trailer for it, and there you get, like, it goes viral instantly. Like, right.
Sir could pull it out of his jacket at the treehouse. Like, you have no idea what he could do.
Yeah. Like
when Randy pulled the DS out of his pocket, you know.
could just be sitting on the table. They just pick it up. And people are like, whoa, wait, what is that?
Yo,
and
yeah,
they just don't say anything.
Man, what if they did do that? What if there is just like just a little hit? Like that'd be pretty dope. Oh man.
And again, I've said it before. I'll say it again. Nintendo's marketing has been fantastic, and I feel like they can do anything at this point in time and make it work.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying that's going to happen, but like if they did, I wouldn't put it past them at this point. Like, they can do anything right now, and I'd be on board with it.
Yeah, for sure.
They control us really hard too. Wasn't it like 2 years ago at E3 they had like a pineapple and stuff like on the treehouse table? Like it was like, oh, sunshine's coming, which we ended up getting sunshine. Yeah. So, but
now, you want real trolling? How about back in the Switch release where everyone was like, oh my god, it's Red Dead 2, and it was it was 1-2 Switch. There's a little cowboy scene from that, and everyone was like, oh my god. Oh, it's like, wow, they trolled us hard.
Yeah. So let me check out a couple chats here, and then let's actually jump into our predictions. Sound good, guys?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. So I got a super chat here from Tyler Bakila. Thank you. Tyler says, awesome prediction I heard for the Breath of the Wild 2 subtitle. The Legend of Zelda Blood Moon Ascent. I'll tell you, that is a cool name. Doesn't sound cringy at all.
That is hella fan name right there.
It's super cool.
I don't know if Nintendo is going to put blood in the name of a Zelda game, like on the cover, but I'd buy that.
I would definitely buy it. I'll also say that the Blood Moon was an element in the first one. Not saying it won't be an element in the second one, but I don't know. Like, I feel like if its subtitle is going to be about something, it's going to be about something that's new. Unless the idea behind it is that the Blood Moon Ascent is like
super important.
Maybe it becomes super important in the sequel. Like, that would be the implication, right? Good point, though, that the whole putting the blood in the name probably isn't something Nintendo would do. But maybe they're like, oh yeah, guess what, guys? The sequel's been rated M, so enjoy. That would be real shocking. But
I would turn heads.
It's at least a cool
I'm just
name.
saying. That sounds like a fan name if I've ever heard of a fan name.
iSonic added me. The reason people say Mario Rabbids Sparks of Hope is sneaking Switch Pros because they think it looks too good for a Switch. That was the basic
similar to
idea.
The first one.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't...
I believe he had a comment right after that.
Oh, which is because of learning the engine and hardware. They think it looks too good for a Switch. I mean, like, that could just be... I mean, naturally, the next iteration of a game, even on the same hardware a few years later, is going to look better because we advance with graphical technologies, we get smarter with how we put things together. So it could just be that.
Yeah.
As he said right after, it's just learning the hardware, learning the engines. It's not like Mario and Rabbids is some massive open world. It's fairly small in scope of what's on screen.
Yeah.
And also got to remember back in 2017, companies were struggling really hard to switch back and forth between docked and undocked. And once that's out of the way, and remember, this is eating up resource trying to make this work properly too. So if you're struggling with that for the first game, you don't have time to polish and really get things together. Whereas if it's now something you've already dealt with, it's done, it's good, you're happy with it, that saves a lot of resources and a lot of development time.
I'm sure the budget on that game is much bigger than the original was.
Because the original sold really well, right? It was like 8 million copies or something. Like, it did really well.
Not bad for a game that before being shown off, everyone was freaking out over who would want this. This is such trash. To the point where the developer didn't want to finish the game. Like, the internet's a disgusting place sometimes.
Yeah, it can be so awful.
But good on them. Good on the people around him to reassure him. This is a good game.
I said 8 million. It might be more like 2 million apparently, according to Google. Well, that was by the end of 2017.
That was actually one of the most touching E3 moments when Miyamoto was out on stage with the blaster on his hand. And Donkey Giuliani, the creator of Mario and Rabbids, was like just welling up at the eyes and stuff because it was like a dream for this man. You know, someone that he admires and respects so much. You know, standing there with a huge smile on his face, proud to show off this really cool crossover. That was a really cool moment.
Oh yeah.
I'm trying to find the sales. I thought my head
says 2 million.
2 million.
Oh no, that 2 million, but there's
that was at the end of 2017.
Yeah, it's like they never talked about it after that.
Right.
Maybe it was on Nintendo's sales updates where I saw like almost 8. I'm trying.
Either way, that end of 2017. You're telling me that game didn't sell a single copy since then? Come on. That was. Yeah, they did a great job of that, and you know, again, like it was a very touching moment to see him well up, just
Oh yeah.
knowing the story, knowing like how much mental anguish he went through when that got leaked and everyone went ballistic, and then it gets shown off and everyone is like, oh my god, I need that.
Yeah.
When are people gonna learn?
Everyone flipped. I mean that moment was already special, but like that, just because of that, like you said, it just made it even more powerful. So
You know,
cool.
again, it's just like when the Switch was first shown off, a bunch of people were like, who, no one asked for this. Why would you do this? It's like, yeah, I didn't ask for it because I didn't know how much I loved it.
Right. The one that was weird to me was when the Switch got announced, people didn't like the name, and I thought the name was brilliant. I was like, it's easy, it's quick, Switch. Like everyone's like,
I think people just got so used to NX, and NX was such a badass name.
code names
And then
are
it
all.
was Switch, and it was just kind of weird and not. This is not a normal name for a console. It's a very out there, kind of weird name.
A pretty
So-
out there console.
Yeah.
It's
And
better
in
than
time,
from a-
we ended up fitting very well.
Yeah.
But at
And
first
from
it
a
was
really
like going
out there
from-
company.
Sure.
Yeah, going from NX to Switch was just kind of a little something gauge to.
There was also a lot of people that were pretty salty over it not being some 4K monster
Yeah.
like fighting for the top power.
Yeah, but
I
I mean,
don't-
they did a great job of making it a hybrid, right? Like, system's
Yeah.
going to be maybe it's definitely one of Nintendo's best successes ever. Like, it may be the best-selling hardware. We'll see. But
Yeah.
I want to read a couple more chats here. I got another super chat, actually, from Nintendo Prime. Nate, our buddy, who's been collabing for a while. Thank you very much, man. He says,
Yeah.
hi. Hello there, my friend. J Spike in the chat added me. I like the title of The Legend of Zelda King of Thieves, with the story focused on Ganondorf. They called him King of Thieves a few times in Ocarina of Time. I like it. It's a good name. Like, what if? That's not bad at all. And I think with that title, longtime Zelda fans were like, oh, this is about Ganondorf, I'm buying it. Like, I don't think it's bad. I think maybe that shies a little bit away from the pure fan like name there.
Yeah, it's
It
a
would-
little better.
It would imply that would be more of a story sort of thing, though, right? Like, how often do Zelda games have something that's more story focused with their names? So I mean, let's
Right.
think about it, right? Usually it's maybe a mix, because they tie in like the big mechanic of the game to the stories. Like, so like Breath of the Wild is definitely relating to the gameplay and the world,
Yeah.
which does relate to the story when you think about it. But the ultimate point is the gameplay, because they built the story around the gameplay. Twilight Princess, okay, that one you could argue, it was definitely about the story, but a big part of the game was about becoming a wolf and going to Twilight and such. But again, it says Twilight Princess, so maybe that's more story
Twilight
centric.
Princess is the closest
Yeah.
in comparison to that name.
Wind
King of
Waker,
Thieves.
that's based off a mechanic, for sure. Ocarina of Time, the time mechanic. Majora's Mask, though, that one is more story centric. So, do you disagree?
Really? Because
It
the
is-
entire
it
game
is
was about
strange
putting
how
on
it's an
masks.
Item, but it's also like the main villain as well.
Good point. The Majora part is, but it can be both, because again, you build the gameplay concept, they build the story around that, right? So it makes sense.
I feel like the two themes are generally a game mechanic or an item. I find, or like the Twilight Princess is like the odd one out, but like
Yeah.
Skyward
Kind of
Sword.
Skyward Sword. It's oftentimes in Phantom Hourglass. It's always in Spirit Tracks.
Yeah.
You know.
Link Between Worlds. That was a big mechanic in the game.
Yeah, game mechanic.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Link to the
me,
Past
it's like
game mechanic.
you hear something a fan name about that's lore based, and it's almost like I don't know if Nintendo really knows their lore that well. I mean,
it's not usually what they use for their names. Usually, it's
usually tacked on at the end. So
it's like a couple words that completely describe gameplay and story somehow at the same time. Usually,
yeah.
Well, since we're talking about Zelda, let's start our predictions with the Zelda situation. We could all talk about our predictions. I've already told you mine, basically. I'm predicting, and I acknowledge I could very well be wrong, but I am predicting Breath of the Wild 2, Switch Pro. We may not hear about Switch Pro during the Direct, but if we hear about Breath of the Wild 2 coming out in October, that's when we're getting the Switch Pro as well, I believe. So I think we're definitely seeing Breath of the Wild 2. I'd be so shocked if we don't see Breath of the Wild 2. Like, 1% chance it's not there. And I'll even go as far as saying that if Breath of the Wild 2 isn't even mentioned, that's a misstep by Nintendo. Like, they have to at least say something there. But yeah, it's going to be there. I think we'll get a release date for it. I think that's going to be a big part of the Treehouse. It's going to be awesome. They'll probably mention Skyward Sword. They'll probably mention the Age of Calamity DLC. They may announce another Zelda thing. They may finally and could actually officially confirm that they have 35th anniversary plans. What those entail, there could be a few more remasters coming out. There could be some eShop titles. There could be some merchandising. Maybe that's related to the Zelda posters. Not sure. But I definitely sort of expect something along all of those lines. But what do you guys think? You're allowed to predict no Zelda, by the way. Just because I brought up a franchise, and moving forward, I think it's best to go franchise by franchise for our predictions here, right? And towards the end, if I miss something, you guys for sure bring it up. But specifically for Zelda, if you don't think there's any Zelda, you could say nope, nothing. It's okay.
Okay. My predictions, and I'm going off the fact that I don't think that they're only 3 hours of Treehouse. I feel like there's not enough time to really go into everything about Breath of the Wild. So this is what I'm thinking. I think they show up. I definitely think it's going to be there. They'll have some kind of trailer, probably have either an exact date or some kind of release window at the very least. And then they'll show off some of the Treehouse, but they'll announce that they have another event later specifically for Breath of the Wild to blow the game out. Because I don't think that there's enough time in 40 minutes and then only 3 hours of Treehouse to really go into everything about the game. So I definitely think there'll be some kind of other presentation. Maybe not announced here, maybe they'll announce it later, but I think they might announce it. I mean, we saw, for Halo, we didn't know that Microsoft's going to have anything tomorrow, but then they announced that, hey, they're having a big showcase for Halo again. So maybe Nintendo will do that for Zelda specifically, because I don't think there's enough time to really go into everything that makes that game what it is in that short amount of time and cover everything else.
Good point. Yeah. There isn't that much time. It can't be a situation where Breath of the Wild 2 takes up the entire, an hour of Treehouse. I mean, if they did, they would only have 2 hours for everything else, right? So, for sure. That's a good point.
Yeah, I think that Breath of the Wild 2 is definitely going to be at the E3 presentation. Like you, I'd be extremely shocked if we didn't see it at any capacity. Mm-hmm. I think we'll get a 5-minute spotlight on it. I think they'll show 5 minutes of it. We'll get maybe another story, a little bit more of a story trailer, and then with kind of a montage of the gameplay. Kind of like what we got at the last showcase of the first game at E3. Where we got that really cool story trailer and just flash through tons of gameplay. I think we'll see, because I am predicting it still comes out this year. I know it might be a 2022 game, but I'm still going for this year. I think we'll see a holiday 2021 or fall 2021 title card at the end. And then I think there's going to be some sort of direct in September where we see the game again. We get an official release date. It could be a Switch Pro direct where they show off the new hardware, and then at the very end of that. But before we go, we want to show off a game that's releasing alongside the Switch Pro, and then maybe it's that final, like the special release date trailer for Breath of the Wild 2, is what I could see happening.
Yeah. That could work. Like, I mean, I'll tell you that I see a situation where they have to have like maybe like a Zelda Direct, right?
Yeah,
It's been a while since we had like really big major games where we need to have like a big Direct to sort of showcase it. I mean, let's think about them. I mean, there was a Smash Direct, right? There was an Animal Crossing Direct, right? Monster Hunter had its own Directs.
I believe Xenoblade Chronicles 2 had a special Direct, didn't it?
I don't remember.
I don't remember if it was a Direct or they had a Treehouse.
Or maybe it was a Treehouse for it.
It might have been a Treehouse for them.
Okay.
Yeah, but even Paper Mario got a Treehouse segment, going beyond the trailer.
Yeah.
Actually,
Yeah.
it was a Treehouse segment.
Yeah. Age of Calamity got Treehouse as well. There was a Treehouse thing for that as well. It had several trailers, so Breath of the Wild 2's gotta get probably like a big sort of showcase at some point or another.
Oh yeah. There's no way they released Breath of the Wild without a showcase.
Oh yeah.
But I think we'll get like a solid 5 minutes of it.
Yeah, at the
I
Direct.
think that sounds right to me.
I
Predict nothing. Do it. I dare you. I dare you.
well, for starters, let's be honest. They're probably going to mention Skyward Sword.
Yeah.
They're going to release 35th anniversary merchandise, which is what GameStop's going to be going on about. There is the possibility that they don't show Breath of the Wild at E3, but Aonuma said soon. So soon has to be this year. And I think waiting till the Game
Sometime
Awards
this
is
year
a
is
little
fine.
bit further than soon. But if they're releasing early next year, I could see it happen. But again, you need something to close out the show. I think we're going to see a trailer for it. I think it's going to be the mic drop. I think it's going to be like between a 2 to 5 minute trailer, and they give us nothing else. They, depending on like if it is actually coming this year, we see a little bit in the treehouse. Otherwise, they just drop a trailer saying like early 2022. But I don't know. I feel like they almost have to have another Zelda game for this year. But doing another remake just doesn't. It seems.
So
weird
are you
to go
saying
into
that
a holiday with two
at this
remakes.
point, are you siding with 2022 as the release date, or?
I feel like the smart choice is to call 2022 for the remake. I feel like it's 2021 though, but that just might be me projecting really hard.
We want it to happen, right?
I'm gonna say very late, like maybe.
The game has to be near finished, right? It's been years.
Well, I think the only real thing that kind of throws a wrench in these plans is COVID.
Sure.
That's the big sticking point here in terms of like pushing it out. Some people like to say bring up that Skyward Sword is the reason why Breath of the Wild 2 is not coming out this year, because it's coming out in July. But I would argue because it's not coming out for the holiday, I feel like there's got to be something else. I have a hard time believing Nintendo's not going to release something for the Zelda 35th anniversary. Keep in mind, we've already seen the branding for Skyward Sword. They're not branding the 35th anniversary for Skyward Sword. So that leads me to believe there's something else for the 35th anniversary.
Yeah.
And if we are to assume that the reports are true about Switch Pro coming out this year, considering the history of Zelda releases and hardware releases, that all sort of lines up, right? Which is why I've been predicting October 29th. And the game's been in development technically since the end of 2017. But again, the difference between October and March is not really that significant when we're talking about a fairly long development period. And then there was the fact of the COVID situation that conceivably could be pushed into March 2022, right? But we'll talk about it maybe after this. But I feel like Splatoon 3 might be a March 2022 game. So
that's kind of the issue. Is for me why I'm thinking 2021 is because 2022 is filling up way too fast.
at what point is a direct?
Yeah.
filling up.
So
2022 looks nuts right now.
So let's go back to this point we made at the beginning of the discussion, right? So the direct is saying mostly 2021, right? But again, Triangle Strategy, Splatoon 3, Legends Arceus, and Mario plus Rabbids Sparks of Hope. All of those are 4 fairly big Nintendo games, all for 2022. Where's the 2021 stuff?
Yeah, I mean, we know more about 2022 games than we do 2021, so if you're having 40 minutes of mostly 2021, you assume there's quite a few games there that haven't been announced.
Now, one consideration is that
dates.
all the games I mentioned are not going to be in the Direct. We still haven't gotten a Pokemon Presents. Normally they have one before E3. At this point, I think it's safe to say there will not be a Pokemon Presents before the E3 Direct. Like they would have to shadow drop it tomorrow. Yeah. We'll get to the Pokemon a little bit later, but I don't know. I think timing wise, this is definitely kind of tricky how it's all going to kind of shake out, right? I mean, you could assume that Splatoon 3 is coming out like summer, Breath of the Wild 2 is coming out in March. But let me ask you guys, right? Because Legends Arceus is coming at the end of January. And let's say Breath of the Wild 2 comes out late March. Is that enough? Is that a good sort of window there? I guess my thing is that, like, if you want it to come out to close out the fiscal year, right? Yeah, you could maybe get a nice little bump at the end. But you also want hardware to come out too. Like, are you just going to release a little bit of hardware for the Switch Pro right at the end, or do you want it coming out way sooner?
Yeah.
My thoughts here. You got Pokemon, Zelda, and Splatoon, and you're not saving any of those for the holiday.
Yeah.
That, like, one of those can easily drop holiday, and that fuels your entire holiday.
Well,
it doesn't make sense.
I think some people are going to argue, but there is Pokemon coming out for the holiday. Pokemon Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl.
This year?
Yeah.
What about next year when all this is dropping in the first 6 months of the year? Like, and Triangle Strategy might not be, around holiday, and that's not something you can go into holiday. That's probably going to sell between 2 and 6 million units.
That's not a holiday title.
It's like August.
The Diamond and Pearl. So I don't think those are. Granted,
or are you suggesting that maybe one of these things comes out like late 2022?
Well, either they're going to have to, or they're going to have to come out and holiday. Like, one of them, something there, I feel like has to be a holiday game. You can't cram all that. Like, what is your holiday then? And if that's what they're bringing the first half of the year, do they go into the holiday of 2022 with nothing, or do they hold one back to have a good holiday? You have to have a holiday game.
Mario Kart 9 2022
and Metroid Prime 4.
2023.
No, 2026. What are you talking about?
Hey man, I'm trying to have some hope here.
Yeah.
Yeah, keep that carrot close to keep chasing it, right?
It's really tricky, right? I think we all can at least agree that we're in a very unique situation because of the amount of 2022 games we know about and the little amount of 2021 we do know about. And actually, I want to point something out at you guys, right? Because I still believe that there's a good chance that this is going to be a nice close to the second half of the year. Because for November, supposedly we're getting Pokemon Brilliant Diamond November 19th, and I don't know if we got confirmation of it yet, right? But there was like this leak, the Shin Megami Tensei 5 is coming out November 11th, like timing wise. Basically, they're a week apart from each other. If you're getting two big games like that coming out right next to each other, to me that suggests that we're looking at a similar situation to the second half of 2019, where we were seeing a lot of big Nintendo games come out like within weeks of each other, not even months of each other. So if that's the case, I'm just saying, like, to me that it's a hint towards not a bad lineup to close out this year. We just don't know about it yet.
Right. I'd also like to add that, like, if we do get a Switch Pro announcement sometime soon, and it is coming out this year, they're gonna want a showcase title to come out alongside that. And right now, as far as we know, correct me if I'm wrong, as far as I know, there's no like big game that we know of that's coming out by this holiday that you'd want that like beefier 4K. Certainly it's not.
Bayonetta 3 is like the only one besides Breath of the Wild 2 that is officially announced I think would be fitting of that.
That seems like a 2022 title, though.
Could be.
But who knows? Who knows?
Who knows?
Okay. Seeing as Switch Pro is real, and if all the rumors are right, Switch Pro is real, and it's going to have exclusive games. Okay, what makes sense to be exclusive? Because you think about it, there's nothing that you can really think is like, oh, I'm gonna not sell it to the other 100 million units, unless as a third party, unless you tried to put it on the Switch and it didn't work.
Resident Evil Village.
And now you can put it on a Switch Pro. And if you were trying to do that in 2017, 2018, and it's coming out in 2021, that means the game could be ready very quickly. And we could be going into 2021 with Switch Pro and a ton of big third-party games that we didn't think were possible because they said they weren't. Because there was a lot of companies that tried and couldn't. A lot of companies, and on top of that, that's a lot of development hours. It's a lot of money sunk into a game that never came to be. So to be able to recoup that, A, you'd want to recoup that as fast as possible. B, that's a huge advantage. And C, that's huge games, all like boom, 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 right as soon as this Pro launches. So if the Pro is coming and it can run all these games that they tried and it just didn't work, that could be a ton of big third-party AAA games being ported over at holiday.
Also, we could see a lot of like enhanced games as well, right? Like a big part of like the marketing for both PlayStation and Xbox last holiday was just, hey, you can play a lot of your old games with better resolutions, better frame rates. What if the same thing happens for new Nintendo Switch or Switch Plus, right? Like that's kind of a big selling point for them.
I feel like it has to, but at the same time, it doesn't really hold up your holiday.
Yeah.
That's not your holiday pushes.
I mean,
hey,
even if
you can play
big
Breath of the Wild at like 35 frames a second.
Nice.
You know, I don't think people are going to be really clamoring.
I mean,
over it,
even if we do get some cool third-party exclusives, which again have limited sales potential because this system's not going to be it's Switch Lite and base Switch are going to have sold far more for probably a few years at least. Even if Switch Pro eventually surpasses them, it's going to be a while before that happens, if ever. Like, I still think that there has to be at least one, like, sort of big Nintendo game to launch alongside the system. Normally, when we see Switch hardware or Nintendo hardware come out, there's, like, a big first-party game and a big third-party game. Like, both. So, you know, I think there's got to be probably something. And, you know, it doesn't have to be Breath of the Wild 2, but if that game comes out this year, that's obviously the natural choice, right? But we're gonna find out we're gonna know really soon. Like, we don't know about the Switch Pro launch game necessarily, but we'll have a really good idea. We'll at least have a good idea of when Breath of the Wild 2 is coming out. Like, this Direct will tell us. If there's nothing there, it's for sure not coming out this year. If they don't give us a release date, it's for sure not coming out this year. And they might give us a release date, but it might be for like early 2022 or something. Like, those are all possibilities. We're going to find out for sure on June 15th, I'd say.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But moving past that, though, is there anything else specifically Zelda related you guys want to sort of touch on before we move on? I'm sure we're going to jump into like story stuff and like gameplay stuff for Zelda towards the end of the discussion, right? But like, just, you know, anything else you guys want to sort of touch on?
There's the rumor HD bundle,
Mm.
which again, like, that's kind of what I was talking about. Like, yeah, they could drop that and it'd be really easy to drop that on Switch even during COVID. But the problem is, are you going in with your you had 3 titles on the Wii U. Are you going into the holiday with all 3 of those?
Yeah.
Like, it seems weird.
I just don't think you could do... when you have Skyward Sword coming out in July, like, if you're going to use an Earth Zelda game to push that anniversary, Breath of the Wild 2 is the one that makes sense. If you're coming out with another remaster pack, I feel like maybe space it out a little bit more, or it's just not a remaster pack. Let me throw out an idea for you guys. Okay? You guys may have heard me talk about this before, but now perhaps there's some different context behind it. What if, and I know this is crazy, so please don't take me too seriously here, but what if Monolith Soft has been working on a new IP, but this new IP is a Zelda-related new IP. It's like a Zelda spin-off. And I know some people say, but they're working on a new IP. It can't possibly be Zelda. Wrong. Mario Kart is technically a spin-off. It was a new IP at one point. Smash Brothers was a spin-off, a new IP at one point. Theoretically, they could make a game based off the Zelda universe, and it could become its own sort of franchise. Like, that's... both things are possible. Not saying that's the most likely prediction or speculation here, but I'm just saying, maybe if Nintendo wants something Zelda-related to come, and they can't get Breath of the Wild 2 out there, they put out another cool spin-off game. Last year was Age of Calamity. Maybe they have something else like that. It doesn't have to be from Monolith Soft, by the way, but that's just like, just a really cool thing.
Cool new IP would definitely be something to celebrate. Personally, I've always been really interested in like not just the mainline Zelda lore, but like, you know, it's like you have the hero, you have the trio. What happens in Hyrule when that doesn't exist? You know, so I've always been interested because like you can't tell me that everything's peaceful, there's no war. I mean, like it's still based on humans and there's still fights for power. So there still has to be events happening even though there isn't a hero specifically. If there's no Link Zelda, you know, like there are still things happening, and they could start running a series based on that. And not only that, but it would be incredibly open. Like people are like, well, they want a female Zelda. It's like, well, or sorry, female Link, and it's like, well, what if instead we give like this female hero their own story in between when like Link isn't there?
I'd love to see a story about Impa, actually.
There's all sorts. Like there's characters, like you could do characters that we've already seen and like what cool stuff do they get up to. You could do a story that doesn't exist in the world and rewrite like a section of Zelda history and Zelda lore that doesn't exist yet, that isn't a mainline game. Like there's all sorts of things you can do.
What if you did one based off like the Hyrule Civil War, right? Like explain like the well under in Kakariko Village, like explain the blood on the walls, the chains, the skulls, the Slade Sheikah. Like what story is there, right? And what if it is starring an Impa character, you know? Like that would be really cool, and it would be a different kind of gameplay, right? Impa's more of a ninja or something like that, like in different style of gameplay. But you know, if Monolith Soft hypothetically were to develop it, it would be an interesting thing. And actually, there was like this piece of concept art that came out not too long ago. The Retro Studios was like working on a Zelda game. It was going to be like a very dark sort of Zelda game, I think it was even going to be like a Sheikah character that was going to be like the starring role, if I'm not mistaken. I could be mistaken there, but there was something like that in the works. So it wouldn't be the first time that some developer at Nintendo considered making a side Zelda game that wasn't just like some sort of weird thing, but like actually like another sort of style of adventure. So, you know, maybe we could see like something like that for the anniversary.
I think that would be really cool. I really want to know what Tingle is up to. So anything Tingle related.
Tingle Bejeweled.
Get another Tingle game.
Open world for Beetle the Bard. You just walk around and sell things. Let's go.
Simulator. Let's go.
That'd be pretty cool.
But you know, like, they have like loads of options. There's so much story that there is like, how many years do they have in there that has nothing like of Zelda lore and what's there? There's so much time that just doesn't exist.
Sure.
The only thing is I wouldn't expect them to do like something over a prolonged period of time, because then that kills the opportunity to drop a mainline game into the middle of it. So I think it would be a focused game over a somewhat fairly short period of time that speaks to a major event that didn't happen to be Link Zelda.
Yeah. I mean, we
like
have places. We have
Yep.
places in the Zelda universe that we've never even had the chance to revisit. I think of Termina, such a fantastic, you know, Majora's Mask is such a fantastic and unique and interesting game. But all we know of Termina is really a 3-day cycle, you know? And I know there's a lot of theories, whether like Termina is some sort of a limbo, and there's a lot of really neat theories out there.
How cool
But
would
that-
it be if Termina was in Breath of the Wild 2, though? Like, they
Oh, man.
expand the provinces a little bit, you go through some crazy woods, and all of a sudden, oh, there's Termina. Like, that'd be awesome.
Yeah. But yeah, I love the idea of branching out into, the Zelda extended universe, essentially,
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of options. Before we move on from Zelda, there's been rumors for, like, for example, like an Ocarina of Time HD. I think there's a decent chance that could maybe be in the works. Now, when I think Ocarina of Time HD, I don't think like a remake. I've seen some people say, "Oh, it's definitely," not like when I say see people, I mean like people speculating in comments and stuff like that. Like a lot of people like sort of speculating, "Oh, it should be like a remake," but I don't think a remake would make sense because one, if you wouldn't announce that right next to Skyward Sword HD, because that's a remaster. And
Also a good way to kill its sales.
right, and if it's a remake, that it suggests that they're rebuilding things, putting things together. And if it's something supposed to be ambitious, like a remake of Ocarina of Time, when you have Breath of the Wild 2 coming, like you're not gonna. I don't see them putting that out there before Breath of the Wild 2. Like if they were to sort of remake or reimagine Ocarina of Time, which would be really cool, that would be something that would come after a big 3D Zelda new release like Breath of the Wild 2, and also fairly distant away from something like a Skyward Sword. So if there is an Ocarina of Time HD, it's definitely kind of going to be more like maybe something like we saw in 3D All-Stars for Mario 64, or they take like the 3DS versions and put in just like HD textures.
Yeah. I feel like any remake or remaster bundle of the 64 games or the GameCube games would just cannibalize Skyward Sword so bad, especially because that's kind of like the odd. Like I love Skyward Sword. That game had its own set of issues, but I still think it's a fantastic game with a fantastic storyline. And everyone who hasn't played it, I definitely think they should. It's hard for that to specifically compete with an HD collection of some of the most beloved 3D games in the series, in a way that I don't think Breath of the Wild 2 would really cannibalize it coming out months later.
I wanted to ask you that actually, right? Like,
yeah.
Like what is the difference? Like why wouldn't Breath of the Wild 2 cannibalize Skyward Sword while Twilight Princess Wind Waker HD bundle would? What's the difference there?
To me, it's you're looking at old games, and I can get one old game that I was meh on, or I can get two absurdly beloved games, and I don't really want to spend $120 on remakes in one season. Like,
Yeah.
just whereas like I'd be so excited over Breath of the Wild 2. It's like, yeah, let's they can market like this is the original story. You get like the first, and then go from there. Like you have options to market it. To be honest, I don't think any Zelda game coming out doesn't hurt Skyward Sword's sales, but I feel like Breath of the Wild 2 would be more of excitement. Whereas now, if you release like a double pack, like an HD collection, it's more like you're now into disappointment that Breath of the Wild 2 isn't here. And you're like, well, which one do I get?
Yeah, exactly. We all know Breath of the Wild 2 is coming, and we're all excited for it. We're all going to buy it. We're all going to play it. But if it's the matter of choosing between one retro package, I mean, the HD bundle with the most beloved games is going to be the one most people
I
buy.
still think there's worth to Skyward Sword just because it's not been released in HD yet. Whereas if you get like a Wind Waker, Twilight Princess double pack, there's still a lot of people played on the Wii U. Of course, there's still a lot of people who didn't have a Wii U, so it's kind of like, I don't know.
I think the double pack would definitely sell a bit more long term.
Yeah,
And
but I
to your
just think
point,
Skyward Sword just hasn't been re-released yet, so it's still, I think, a big deal. I
They
think
should
there's still gonna be a lot of
maximize
people
that one
interested in
first, and then and then they space it out. Is that what you're saying, Brandon?
I'm just saying I think even if like Wind Waker and Twilight Princess came out later this year, I don't think it would impact sales in Skyward Sword too much, just because I think it hasn't been re-released yet. I think there's more hype around that. than there is releasing 2 games that have already been on the Wii U.
Okay.
My only real
Yeah.
concern there is just how much people hated on Skyward Sword.
Well,
Whether it deserved it or not, there's always like you bring up Skyward Sword and it's always very polarizing.
that may be a
Yeah.
vocal minority though. Like,
It's very, very, very possible.
yeah. I want to talk about this little thing though. So with Skyward Sword, it is the first official game on the Zelda timeline, and Nintendo could use Skyward Sword as a way to sort of educate a lot of new Zelda fans, thanks to Breath of the Wild, on the history of the series. And it's so different gameplay-wise from Breath of the Wild that if there are going to be 2 Zelda games that are fairly close together, it makes sense for a Breath of the Wild game and Skyward Sword. Skyward Sword's very linear. It's a remake, or I should say remaster. And Breath of the Wild 2 is an open-air game, probably, right? You would assume that they would continue on with the open-air style and just expand upon that. So there's 2 different gameplay styles there. So they would fit better than, say, put more remakes and remasters as the Zelda anniversary release for this year, right? So when you think it from that perspective, it does kind of make sense that Breath of the Wild 2 comes out this year as opposed to those. But also, because of that history, like, that could actually hype fans more for Skyward Sword. Like, if they show up Breath of the Wild 2 and you're like, oh, there's a lot of stuff going on here, but there are some elements to it that we could maybe get a better sort of context for us for Skyward Sword, that's going to boost sales for that. Like, we look at the Loftwing amiibo, by the way. That's another prediction of mine. The Loftwing amiibo, I think, will have some connectivity with Breath of the Wild 2. So, you know, if that's the case, that kind of also suggests something. Like, if there are Loftwings in Breath of the Wild 2, for example, that we first see Loftwings in Skyward Sword, there's some of that. If there's a lot more sort of open air exploration where there's a lot of platforms and islands in the sky. If you look at the sequel trailer, the castle's rising to the sky, perhaps more. Perhaps they could say we got a lot of these ideas initially from Skyward Sword. So if you want to get a taste for that, try Skyward Sword first. Learn about the history. Learn about the curse of demise that has sort of caused this sort of cycle of hatred that we're seeing emanating from Ganondorf under Hyrule Castle. Like, there's a lot of potential story links there and gameplay links there. So I think if Nintendo does a great job of sort of suggesting that to the fan base when they show off both games in the Direct potentially, or throughout their social media marketing throughout the year, that can give Skyward Sword, you know, a bit more of a boost. And I think a lot of people simply want to know about this game. I mean, you just look, there's all sorts of Zelda games that are selling really well now. Age of Calamity, it's a Musou game. It's the best-selling Musou game of all time. So, you know, I think Skyward Sword is going to be fine. And I think it's going to be used to sort of begin that marketing push. It is already been used as perhaps the big marketing push leading into the sequel to Breath of the Wild.
I like it as such. I don't know how well it does with more remakes coming up right behind it. It's just my only thing. But I do really like the idea of them pushing and marketing it as like this is where like the original story comes from, and this is sort of like it has a lot of value simply in that alone. And I feel like it's going to see more releases obviously down the road, not just because, well, it's a mainline Zelda game, but because it is the introduction, like it is the original story.
Yeah.
I do think if there were gonna be other remakes or remasters, maybe a 2D game would make more sense. Is there, you know, just a completely different game styles there?
Yeah.
I'd agree with that.
Like some of those handheld games that we haven't seen in a while, like Minish and like the Oracle stuff.
I would actually be down for like a remake or even a remaster of like either Minish Cap or the Oracle of Ages games, the Oracle games, I should say.
Oh yeah.
Like, I don't even need them to be in 3D. Like, I would love to see like a sprite-based sort of HD widescreen version of those games. Like, that would be amazing. I don't know how it worked gameplay-wise, because if you extend the screen out that much, it might reveal too much. So they probably would have to remake them in a different way. But one of those games would be great.
Go that like 2D HD, like Octopath Traveler style, and just like blow it out in this beautiful art style.
That'd be amazing.
I definitely would get behind that idea. I love that.
Especially for Minish Cap. I mean, come on.
Minish Cap.
That'd be so good.
Minish Cap is like the best looking GBA game. Period.
Yeah,
Great.
It's beautiful, for sure. But let me check a couple things in the chat, and we'll sort of move on from here because there's a whole bunch of other games we gotta talk about. Troll Guy, do you think Odyssey 2 would be possible? Yeah, Odyssey 2 is possible, but if you mean like an announcement at E3,
Very low chance of that.
I believe there's a decent chance that team's working on Donkey Kong. It might not be the Odyssey team itself. It could just be another piece of EPD that's working on the Donkey Kong game that's supposedly going to be announced. It's at least in development. I don't know if it'll be announced at E3. I am predicting it, though. Maybe. But anyway, for Odyssey 2, given that we got Bowser's Fury this year, I don't think they're going to announce it quite yet. I mean, you also have this Mario plus Rabbids thing. Not to say that you can't have like two Mario properties like being announced, games I should say, like announced around the same time, and they both can come out like later. Like that's exactly what happened in 2017, basically, with Mario plus Rabbids Kingdom Battle and Mario Odyssey. I just don't see it being there's just a lot that they can talk about, so I don't expect to see Odyssey 2 announced yet. And it may not even be a sequel to Odyssey. It may be just the next 3D Mario. So, you know. But conceivably, that also could be like, there could be like a big 3D Mario coming up for holiday 2022. Like I don't think that's a stretch. So they might announce something at this E3, but given everything else they have to talk about, I just am not expecting it yet.
Yeah, I agree. I think that might be like an E3 2022 announcement.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's hard to say because again, both the Zelda team and the Mario team ended development around the same time. There was even talk leading up to the Switch's launch that, like, basically to the day almost, it was like if Breath of the Wild says, yeah, we'll make it, we run Breath of the Wild at launch, and if not, we run Odyssey at launch, was a lot of the talk in the background moving up to it. It could be technically it could be another one of those situations. One of those needs to be ready for this holiday. If Zelda falls out, we'll just drop Odyssey 2 or whatever they're working on. And if not, we hold on to it and then we launch that at the beginning of next year. Or they have options. So I don't know. It's really weird to think about what that team has been doing with a game that, to be honest, isn't nearly as big a scope as what the Zelda franchise is doing at the moment with massive open world. And so if Breath of the Wild is taking this long, what is that team working on and how big is it? Like, honestly, like, I'm not even a big fan of the games, but like, I'm not a huge Mario fan, but you gotta be interested in, like, if they're taking as long as the Zelda team to pop out another massive game, what is it and what does it look like? I really want to know. Yeah.
There were rumors that Odyssey team is working on Donkey Kong. I can't say with extreme confidence that is the team that's working on Donkey Kong, but I do believe an internal Nintendo team is working on Donkey Kong. So I guess it's just a consideration to be had there, that if maybe the Odyssey team hasn't working on Donkey Kong, and maybe it's more of a side project, but that side project might sort of push things out a little bit more, you know? So that's something to consider. So just something to point out. But anyway, Odyssey 2 is certainly possible, but I just don't think... I mean, to your point, Dumo, conceivably, maybe they do have it ready, but I if I had to bet, I would say no. Not yet.
Yeah, I don't think so yet either, but I'd love to be surprised and wrong.
I love the 3D Mario game, so I love Bowser's Fury, which I played this February, so just pointing it out there. There is some new 3D Mario to be played. Hello there, Birdman. Thank you for modding, my friend. Nicholas Meisner, Pokemon news. Great question. Let's jump into Pokemon next. You guys ready?
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
Well, I'm sure we'll circle back to Zelda at the end of the discussion. But for Pokemon, it's a very strange situation because there was no Pokemon Presents. Every time there's an E3 sort of direct, there's a Pokemon Presents a few weeks or a week beforehand. maybe they do the Pokemon Presents afterwards. So with that in mind, what if there is no Pokemon at the E3 Direct? That would be perplexing, I would say. So, you know, I think that's a possibility. I'll tell you that if there is no Pokemon in the Direct, I still expect a Pokemon Presents this summer, like for sure. There's no way they're not going to give us more gameplay for Legends Arceus and Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl. They already have set release dates for these games. They know they're going to be out in time. So given that they know they're going to be out in time and they're both coming out, you know, before the end of the fiscal year, they absolutely have gameplay to show off. So it's not a matter of they're not ready to show it off. They absolutely are ready to show off these games. So I think this is more a matter of just when they're deciding to show it off. Maybe Pokemon just finally decided that, hey, we're going to just have these things in the Direct. Like, just we're going to put it all together. Or maybe it's a situation where Nintendo might not have as much to show off. They're like, hey, can we at least sort of like hard showcase these games during our little 4-hour block here? Because otherwise it's going to be kind of like a lackluster sort of showcase. That's another possibility, right? But I'll stick with my predictions and say that at the very least, Legends Arceus and Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl are going to be mentioned during the Direct. They may not get like a big blowout trailer, although given the lack of presents, I say maybe they do. And that at least one of those games will be featured during the Treehouse, potentially both of them.
Yeah, I think so too. I'd be really surprised. I mean, we're definitely gonna see Diamond and Pearl, obviously, and Arceus makes a lot of sense. I'm really curious to see Legends Arceus again, just because that first trailer looked so rough around the edges,
right?
That it was surprising that it was landing in January. It seemed like it needed more time in the oven. So I'm really curious to see how much has changed since we first saw it.
That's a good point.
Honestly, wouldn't be surprised if this is the first Pokemon game that gets delayed, because they actually have that option now.
Yeah,
and that was really early footage.
Yeah,
if they're doing a large open, but at the same time, I could see Game Freak with their first attempt at a large open world doing a terrible job of it, and then revisiting until they get it right. It's just it's hard for companies to transition. Like, we're talking, they literally just went from handheld only straight up like multi-generation leap into HD. They just added camera controls to their games, and only partially, and now they're going to do a massive open world, and what we saw was super early footage. I mean, they have the opportunity to delay this one. It doesn't seem tied to anything, and if it's not tied to anything, that's perfect for them. They can delay this as much as they need to finally and actually get time to work on it. It's whether or not they will, or the scope isn't as big as we thought it was.
That's what I'm wondering, is if it's not as bit large of a scope game as we all are kind of expecting, because like it is the type of game that I could picture getting delayed. But it's weird that when they announced it, they said early 2022, like springtime. But they didn't have the release date. It's coming out. Yeah, it's coming out earlier than
January 28th.
Yeah, that doesn't scream delayed to me.
No, the fact that there's a specific date, it's not getting delayed.
Yeah,
I don't know. It was so close, and the game looks so far away.
But we haven't seen an update trailer since the early year Direct.
We have no idea how old that footage was, and you got to keep in mind that optimization of games often happens very late into the development, over like just the last couple of months. Games can become a lot more performant very quickly at the end of releases. We've seen sometimes they show off a game a month before the game comes out, and the games have frame rate issues and all kinds of bugs, and you're like, man, this game's supposed to be 60 FPS, but it's running at like 40 most of the time. And then the next month it comes out and it's perfect 60. There's no bugs, and we're like, what happened? It's because optimization a lot of times just happens at the very end of development. So maybe that they're implementing a lot of features right now. A lot of it, it looked rough around the edges. There's a lot of frame rate issues with like the animations and stuff, but it was also like very early
It's also
into the
still
year,
coming
and we haven't
out.
seen it since then.
Yeah, it's still coming out like a little bit later than most Pokemon games, right? Like the Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl is being outsourced. It's not what Game Freak's working on. They've been working on Legends Arceus, and they're giving themselves a little bit more time to get it out there, right? At the same time, if you look at what Game Freak puts out, I don't think because a lot of it probably has to do with the relationship with Pokemon Company, but they're not afraid to put out a game that isn't perfect. They're not like the Zelda team or the Mario team. Like it's likely not going to be as polished. Yeah, that's why I brought the Pokemon Company thing. Like Pokemon Company, kind of make sure that they adhere to those to like those release timings.
Okay, so one thing I want to just point out before I forget is them outsourcing the remake is the smartest freaking thing they ever did to give them time to actually do proper games because they need more time. Second of all, I think they don't get credit for how talented they actually are because of the time limits and the time crunch that they are always under. That studio does amazing things in such ridiculously short amounts of time, but they didn't need to show that beach scene for Legends. And that beach scene didn't even look it looked like it was drawn with a crayon. I mean, like it was
Pokemon
beyond
Legends
rough.
Crayola.
Like it was beyond rough. Like that wasn't like, I'm not talking frame rate or animation issues. I'm talking like you showed something that was like basically like early art.
Yeah.
It looked like it was an artboard, but it was moving. Like it
Very early.
That's what they chose to go with when they had the town they could have panned in. They didn't need that extra 5 seconds on the trailer. They could have just dropped it, but they chose to show it instead, which
you just always show the beach in your trailers. You just always show off the beach. You always do.
I'm gonna say something that might be controversial, but I don't think the graphics of the trailer looked that bad. I thought it looked fine.
Get out.
No,
Get out.
For the most part, yes.
Low.
No, that game is disgusting. What are you talking about?
The beach part, I think, looks fine.
Take a good look at that beach part. It is not.
The trailer looks fine.
No, go back and look at the beach. The beach does not meet the same. Like the beach doesn't look even remotely close to the rest of the game. Like the beach is literally not even the game's art style.
See,
it's so different.
Don't think
but the game looks great.
bad.
I like the way the game looks.
Here we go.
The beach looked bad.
I'm gonna share a screen here. So, that's Piplup. There's another Piplup in the back, and then, I mean, the image is kind of small there, but like I think it's fine. Like it's not.
I think the main issue is the resolution.
I just do start streaming. Should it go back live then, you think?
Unless you have it set up to end the stream when it loses connection. There you go. We look back on.
Are we back live? Okay, guys, we are back live. We are back live.
Chat's happy.
Oof. We back. Yeah, it just I'm working on my camera. See, there's a thunderstorm going on right now. So yeah.
I think we're pixelated right now, or am I mistaken?
On my end,
looks
no.
Fine on my end. I'm watching the stream on my TV.
I'm trying to fix things, guys. Give me a little bit.
It'll come back into focus. The important thing is getting the audio back up, you know?
Yeah, you guys the guys in the chat, let me know if you can hear everything. So there's a big thunderstorm outside, and the power went out. So I had to go to the surge thing and kick it back. Yeah, now I can't get my camera working because OBS is using my camera right now. So I don't know how to fix that.
Remove your camera from OBS.
Right. From the
like
settings?
don't just turn it off. Like go in and like hit minus and like remove OBS using your camera. You're gonna have to reset it up again after. Unfortunately,
if you right click it, you should be able to just disable it.
But where is my camera though?
I don't know. It depends.
Oh wait, if I go to face cam. Oh nope, I got it. Okay, so if I do that, maybe if I turn off camera, turn on camera, show up. Maybe.
Camera turned
Oh.
back on. What if you wait to speed on?
You have to disable it in every scene that uses it, or else OBS is still going to try to use it.
Huh. So then maybe I should just
Usually
go
I just
to...
right click and hit disable, and then it works fine.
Oh, for every time I've had to, OBS is weird sometimes, but every time I've had to do it, if the camera is active anywhere in OBS, like if it's used in any scene, it will suck the camera in, and it won't let it be used elsewhere. I learned that because my daughter had to do online school, and that caused problems.
Will I fix my camera? Find out.
Have you unplugged your
Epic
camera and
saga.
tried plugging it back in and just seeing where it goes?
Yeah, you can try.
Because the blue light's on, so like I just don't know how to...
It's because it's from OBS. The other
Yeah.
thing you could do, which is going to cause some problems and disrupt the stream again,
If I just exit OBS.
exit OBS, load it back up, and hit stream.
Don't want to do that. Let me
I
unplug.
know.
Let me unplug the camera. That's probably a better idea.
Let's try that first.
Unless I can't. Maybe I still can just get it off.
I feel like we need Wii Shop music for this segment of the podcast.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay, where is my camera cord?
Go.
That brings back memories.
Right.
The skinny one over here. Okay. Damn you, Thunderstorm.
All right, chat. Does he get his camera working or not? Take a vote. Let's go. Let's hear predictions.
Chat.
Yeah, can we get a poll going in the chat? Oh, something's happening. Or not.
So far, we got 3-0, 1 yes.
There we
Got
go.
Oh,
Camera's
Oh,
working.
yeah.
Lighting's off. Bear with me.
lighting's super off, but oh well.
The
We
lighting
got
should
you. Just hit refresh on the window, and I'm seeing if
Okay, it should be
but
back.
it wants to play me two unskippable ads. So.
Okay, it should be working now.
Jesus Christ.
All right, so
Yeah, we're
okay,
good.
all right. I think we're good now. I'm pretty sure that it was all power outage. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure everything's working now. Hopefully, Thunderstorm, you're done. Hopefully, yeah. So, where was I? I was talking
Maybe
about
the
Pokemon.
storm doesn't like Pokemon.
Nah, man, it's just
No.
thunder.
The storm's on the Bring Back National Deck side.
Yeah.
Toxic storm.
Thunderstorm. I mean, what do you do about a thunderstorm?
I don't know.
Not sure.
Just
Yeah.
yell at it a lot.
Yeah, the resolution probably should adjust. You just got to give it a little bit.
Yeah, it's
Um,
fine for me. They probably
looks
need
gr-
to change the settings back.
Yeah, check your
Stream looks good
settings.
to me. Maybe refresh.
Yeah, for
Yeah.
me, it looks perfect. So
Cool. But anyways, guys, I know people dropped off naturally, but share, like the stream. If you haven't subscribed, make sure to check out all these dudes. They're linked in the description below. But now let's get that second half of the podcast going, right? So anyway,
Also, shout outs to the 200 plus that are still here.
yeah, thank you
Yeah,
guys
thanks,
for being
guys.
troopers and sticking around. But the Joker added me. During the thunderstorms, use a Sheikah Slate to teleport somewhere else. Yeah, that'd be an idea for sure. Yeah. But anyway, so regarding Pokemon, I'll just say that Legends Arceus, it doesn't have to look that good. Pokemon games don't look, or they're at least on hard. It's gonna look nice, but it's not gonna be a showcase for the Switch. That was
Yeah.
never my expectation. Which is why personally, I've never really liked it how people sort of talked up Legends Arceus alongside Switch Pro. I just don't think those. Like, sure, it may look and run better on it, but Legends Arceus is not going to be the game that people are going to buy Switch Pro for. I don't feel like they shouldn't, at least. But that's my sort of thoughts on that.
I
But
think
either
it
way,
could be a good comparison against the original, but like against the version on the original Switch. But yeah, it's not going to be a showcase for what the Switch Pro can do to its full potential. But it could still be a nice upgrade over what the game looks like on the base Switch.
Yeah. And again, like as I was saying, like we're talking about a team that is talented, but they've been working with what 540 like what's the resolution of the 3DS?
240p.
240. Yeah, like look at the resolution they're doing. They're just getting into like full 3D games now. That like they're not going to make the showcase game.
Their engines are very far behind.
Yeah, they don't have the experience. Their engine's not caught up. Give them like I know people want to like rag on them and talk about how much money Pokemon makes, but that doesn't mean that Game Freak makes all of that and that all of that is in the budget. Let them give them time to catch up. People are always going to be disappointed because with that many fans, you're always going to get even though the vocal minority is larger than most fan bases in general.
Yeah.
But give them time. Give them time. Let them at least adjust. Don't this stuff doesn't happen overnight. So, yeah, give them time. Give them a few rounds, and then go back to freaking out over them not being good enough. But
yeah,
at least give them the opportunity.
I just say at least let them show the game again, and let the game launch. Let's actually know about the game before you judge it. Because I'm not saying the game's gonna be amazing. I'm not even saying it's gonna be good. I'm just saying we don't know. We have no idea at this point what the game really even is about. We know that it's an open world Pokemon game set in the ancient Sinnoh region. That's about it. That's all we know. Don't judge the game from a showing that we saw a year out from the game's release date, which in Pokemon development time is like a third of the whole development time of the game, probably.
Yeah,
right.
If it was
the Wild,
if it was any other team, I would be avoiding that game really hard. But this is a team that works under strict deadlines all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I feel like Legends Arceus might basically just be like a giant-sized DLC. Like, you look at what we got for like Isle of Armor and Crown Tundra, and just kind of scale that up a little bit and put it in Sinnoh. That's what it kind of is. They're subtracting some elements, right? Like, it's not going to be a competitive multiplayer game. They're going to focus on the single player, it seems. If they add multiplayer, hey, I'm not going to complain. I'd love to see that, but it does look like if you want to do like competitive battles, maybe that's going to be with Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, and Legends Arceus is where it's going to be more focused on like a single player adventure. But I do feel like this is actually, a lot of people are hyping at Legends Arceus, but I think Legends Arceus is actually going to be like a good sort of preview for Generation 9, where that will be even more of an open environment, more polished, even better looking and running, with the multiplayer elements also in there.
Yeah, I like the idea of them doing Legends because open worlds are really hard to get right.
Yeah.
Especially, like, we have companies that do open worlds and still mess it up. You know, the Zelda team brought in a studio that specializes in open worlds. That's how they got it right. So unless they're getting help, which like it's Game Freak and they are very proud and don't seem to look for help outside of who they already have, I don't expect this to be the new standard of open world games. I expect there to be problems. I mean, like they look at the jumps they're making to go into like a full open world. Like, the game's not going to be perfect, and I don't expect it to be perfect. What I'm looking for is a story that, like, an actual story that is actually written to be an actual story, not just like some slap together thing. Hopefully they put more into the story because they don't have the multiplayer to go around with it. They don't have to put Pokemon battles as like front and center of the story.
Yeah,
so,
they're not just doing the gyms again.
Yeah, so like they have options. Like, this is a lot of freedom to do a type of story. And again, like, I don't know if the story is done in game and then moved to the anime or the anime dictates the story of the game. So like, but at this point, like they have freedom right now. I'm really curious to see what they do with it.
Yeah.
But I'm not expecting perfection. I'm just expecting interesting.
I'm glad you mentioned story because that's something that I also would really like to see from this title. I really liked what Pokemon did with storytelling in Black and White. It's like they kind of stepped it up, made the storytelling a little bit, a little bit more forefront, a little bit more mature. And then they kind of reverted to like that more kind of like cliche campy storytelling, which was a little bit of a bummer for me. And I think this would be a cool opportunity to tell a fun and interesting story again.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed.
Got to agree.
Yeah. But so how much do you guys sort of expect to see Pokemon sort of showcased in the treehouse? Do you think we're going to see Legends Arceus in the treehouse? Do you think we're going to see Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl in the treehouse?
I don't think we see Legends. I don't think there's really a need to show it off. I don't think there's any, like Legends. I don't think you want to show off Legends while you're trying to push sales for the remake. And I don't think like it's a Pokemon remake. It's not anything crazy and spectacular. I don't need to see treehouse footage of it. I know exactly what it's going to be. We've seen the art style. We've seen it. Like trailer will show the entire art style. I know exactly what the game's going to play like because I've already played it. Do like a trailer, do some bullet points of some things that you might have changed or adjusted or worked on, and that's good enough. It sells it.
Yeah,
I don't see any need for anything more than that.
I personally want to see new games that have new style of gameplay focused on, right? Like, we don't know that much about Splatoon 3. I'd prefer to see Splatoon 3 at the treehouse. I don't want to see Skyward Sword and Mario Golf at the treehouse. We kind of know what those are. I want to see Breath of the Wild 2 in the treehouse. I want to see Metroid at the treehouse. I want to see Donkey Kong at the treehouse. I wouldn't mind Mario Rabbids at the treehouse. That'll be fine. But I'd be disappointed if it's Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl, Skyward Sword, and Mario Golf. 1 hour for each of those games.
If they only have 3 hours, I feel like they're more likely to only show like the bigger games and not just waste our time. Because before they would do like 5 to sometimes like almost 8 hours in a single day over like 2 days. So they would show just a lot more like random smaller games than whatever they cared about. If we only have 3 hours, I feel like you got to be only showing pretty much mostly the major titles.
Yeah, I think they'll show a couple minor games still. Like unfortunately, I wouldn't be surprised if they at least played like a couple matches of Mario Rush. The super, what was it called? Like the Super Golf or whatever.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
That Rush mode in Mario Golf.
Yeah. Especially because that game's right around the corner. Just like, hey, reminder, check out like this awesome new mode that we have in Mario Golf. I really want to see Bayonetta 2 in the treehouse. I mean, I'm hoping we see Bayonetta 2 at this year's E3 presentation. It's been a long time.
Bayonetta 3?
Bayonetta 3, sorry. Thank you.
Nah, Bayonetta 7.
Well, it's been a long weekend of disappointing announcements that I'm,
You're
going back to happier times.
Yeah.
I think that they're not going to announce the new game. They're going to re-announce the old game again.
I just want Bayonetta 2. That's all I want.
Yeah.
It's a simple request. Come on, you can do it.
I played it last year. I loved it. I just want to see someone else play it again.
But I don't. Another one they could show that actually would be worthwhile at a treehouse is if Monolith has their game. I feel like you almost have to show off like what they do with battle systems does not translate to a trailer. That's something where a treehouse is actually very handy to have, and that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, explain that for sure.
Yeah, so I could see that being one, and I would, if they show off a game, I'm definitely watching the treehouse for that, because it's like, okay, you've like, I'm interested now, but am I going to like the game? I have no idea. Whereas like, Zelda, what you're getting.
I think part of that comes down to the release timing, though.
Yeah.
Like if it's like just a teaser trailer, no, they're not gonna, right? Like, but if they're ready to like give us like a full blown sort of gameplay, if we're having like trailers that have extensive gameplay and it's like more on the side of showcase as opposed to teaser with a trailer, then yeah, maybe they will give us gameplay at the Treehouse. But then, of course, if we're getting that kind of trailer, the game's also probably coming out sooner than later, right? So that's
I don't
something to
see-
consider.
At this point, with what we know, like for some early 2022 stuff, I feel like Xenoblade or whatever Monolith Soft has is either this holiday or next holiday.
It could be a Breath of the Wild 2 replacement. You know, I mean, depending on what it is, like they could kind of like hype it up, showcase it as like the big release for this year, right? Which would be very bold of Nintendo because they rarely have like a new IP be like their big holiday release, right? Like that's something I could see Sony doing and pulling off pretty well, but Nintendo, they haven't. Not that they couldn't though. You know, like what if Nintendo
Easy.
like they could do it? Like if they're like, hey, look, this is our game. This is the big deal. You play it. You love it. Like they could.
If the let's put it this way, Monolith does some crazy things. I mean, Chronicles 2 was like mostly outsourced and glued together by a few staff. Their entire team was basically off working on Nintendo's launch season of the Switch. If you put a full studio there, give them a new IP, you know, maybe it wasn't planned to be a holiday this year and we're going into it, but then they came back and they were like, this is the game. It was super ambitious and it turned out better than we expected. Yeah, you can push that. You can push that easy. Like that's the reason why like Sony and Microsoft can push these unknown IPs is because if it looks that good and it looks super ambitious and they can make a really good trailer around it and they know it's going to get like huge critical reviews, they're going to push it. And if Monolith comes back with something like that, it's easy for Nintendo to push that. It's like, look, like we have something on our system that shouldn't exist on our system. It's so good. Like, what if it comes back and it's like a typical Monolith massive game and it looks as good as Monster Hunter Rise? You know, if it's got that sort of show PC, like this looks way better than it should, and it's a bigger scope, and it's got this massive, amazing story, and that's something they can push as a holiday season game. That will carry it.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Let me just check on the chat real quick here. Birdman, thank you for sticking around even after the drop off. Modding like a champ here. Birdman asks, or just brings up, or Monolith Soft's game could be the March game of next year. Maybe. Birdman says, I think Breath of the Wild 2 will release at December 3rd, 2021. I will take a December release, because if it comes out December, I technically would still be right with my prediction about not having to eat dubious food, because the dubious food gamble is Switch revision and Breath of the Wild 2 have to come out this year. If they both come out this year, I do not have to eat the dubious food. So, we'll see what happens there. Hopefully you're right.
Calendar or fiscal?
I said calendar.
Ooh.
That would... I said calendar.
They'd all bust you if you tried to swap it to fiscal.
No, that I'm not. I'm gonna stick to my guns here, guys.
How many times have you said it? Can you just private those?
No, I definitely.
No, we cannot.
Some people have made fun of me for bringing it up too much. They think I'm really obsessed with the dubious food thing. I just want people to know that I'm.
Hey, man, if
want
it
people to
comes,
know.
you get praise, and if it doesn't, dubious food is that's gonna get the views anyways. Let's be real.
It's gonna be a fun video.
You got a win-win coming here.
Yeah. Well,
Well, one win you probably would like more than the other, but
one win's better for everyone else, not me.
you know, a month down the road when the taste isn't still in your mouth, you'll be like, yeah, that worked out pretty well.
So Nick Force is asking dubious food ? Dubious food is the messed up concoctions you can make in Breath of the Wild where it would just be like a blurry mess, like a pixelated plate of you don't know what.
They censored it.
Yeah,
Right,
It's
so
a
disgusting
plate with
that
6
censoring it.
It's a plate with 6 massive pixels. That's basically about it.
So I'm gonna be eating something like that, whatever that is. So stay tuned. if it doesn't come out this year, so we'll see.
Stay tuned for you being right. Come on, let's stay positive here.
I mean, like, if I end up being right, I feel like I might still do it, but it'll be like good tasting. Yeah,
That's probably a good idea.
yeah. I already planned it out a little bit with a friend of mine who knows how to make stuff. So we'll see what happens. It's gonna be an experiment. But I got another chat here from Birdman, and it'll be called The Legend of Zelda: Eclipse of the Past. Sound cool, right? It does sound cool. We'll see. But let's. We've been sort of touching on Xenoblade here, or not Xenoblade. Monolith Soft, who makes Xenoblade. What could we see from Monolith Soft? We've touched on it throughout the night, but could that include, or could be, a Xenoblade 3 or a Xenoblade X2 or a Xenoblade X port? Like, do you think something Xenoblade could be shown off in the Direct?
I feel like the port could come, but not Chronicles 3. I feel like the new IP has to come first. And honestly, I almost feel a little disappointed if we got Chronicles X, not because there's any issue with it, but that I really, really want to see what this, like, I just want to know what the IP is.
Yep.
Show me something.
I agree 100%. Like, Chronicles X would be really cool, but it would also be disappointing. It's just one of those things that we've talked a number of times about how talented and remarkable this studio is, not just with their game design, but with the way they tell stories. And obviously they've played a huge hand in the development of Breath of the Wild and Breath of the Wild 2. Like, besides Xenoblade, what can these guys pull off? And like, the thought of that is just so exciting.
It's already been so long since they announced that they were working on that game too. I feel like it's been about as long as like the entire development of Xenoblade 2 almost. So it's not crazy that, at least it will be by like the end of the year. Because that was announced that it was in development in like the beginning of 2018.
Was it, or was it sooner?
It was, I'm pretty sure it was like the very beginning of 2018.
But the development of the next Xenoblade game?
No, the new IP.
Well, there were hirings in 2017.
Was it that early? Are
Yeah.
you sure?
Pretty sure.
Oh man, they had.
I'm pretty sure the concept was shown off in 2018. Either way, if it's 2017, that benefits my point even more. So I feel like this game's been in development for a while, and with how quickly they pulled off Xenoblade 2, I wouldn't be surprised if they could pull off a new IP in a similar amount of time.
Hey,
All right,
so
I got
the
it for
art
you.
was
Gematsu, Monolith Soft hiring for ambitious new project different from its brand image. 2017.
August 20th, 2017.
Okay. You looked
There
at
you
the
go.
same thing. Okay.
A moment. I was like, I need to know.
Okay, it was August 2017. So for some reason I was thinking it was August 2018.
The medieval
That's incredible.
concept art was from that too, by the way. Like the Dark Souls looking area with like the goddess statue that has like maybe Triforces, that's like this ruin area is there. The warrior looking Zelda with the red dragon, which is why there's a speculation that maybe Monolith Soft is making a new IP, but maybe it's Zelda related. Just putting it out there.
Well, there you go. That's like my point made, because like it didn't. I think Xenoblade Chronicles X came out 2015, and then Xenoblade Chronicles 2 came out 2017.
Mm-hmm.
And then this they've been working on since 2017, and it's 2021.
Another thing too to add is that why they probably have something ready to show, or at least close to being ready to show, is that picture that the composer posted with all the music that he was working on.
They're getting something together. Yeah.
And that's definitely not like a super early development type of thing, you know?
Yeah.
Oh man, what if that's our December game? What if that's our December game and Breath of the Wild 2 is our October game? I'm just
December
getting
is
too excited.
something they seem to like for games like Monolith, where they're doing RPGs. They kind of get the short end of the stick when it comes to award shows, but
they're not going to win award shows anyways. Let's be honest.
Well, when you're looking at like best RPG, like they're definitely up there, but everything in December is just dead. Like because it doesn't make that year. And then the next year, people aren't like, when people look things up, they're like, they don't even see it as in the year for the show, so it's just dead.
Yeah.
That art is interesting, and I'm looking at it again up close, and
I guess I'll show you guys if you guys haven't seen it before.
I don't know. I'm trying to see the ear, and there's almost a hint of it. And I'd have to draw it out.
Article. This is like okay. So like, there's this Zelda image here, right? Does she have a pointy ear? Hard to say.
Like, it's
right?
really hard to say. Like, you can see the ear. I would have to actually draw over it to see if it's in the right place and if that ear is long.
It's hard to say if she has pointy ears, but this is concept art from a project that Monolith Soft is working on, who works on Zelda, who has hired multiple times for Zelda projects, and it's a character who has long blonde hair, blue eyes, in a medieval setting.
Mm-hmm.
If you just look at that, you'd be like, oh, that's Zelda. Like, don't look at the image. Like, listen to the words I'm saying. Monolith Soft, Nintendo studio who works on Zelda, puts out concept art, and it's a character in a medieval setting with long blonde hair and blue eyes. A woman. Like, that all right there, what's the first thing you think of? I mean, you guys gotta. It's the answer is Zelda, right? Now, I'm not saying it is Zelda, but that is the just if you look at it from that perspective, like it's Zelda. Now, I'm not saying this is Zelda. It might not be Zelda. And also, maybe they were playing around with the idea with using Zelda, but they didn't actually, you know. Although we're going back to our idea about a new IP, right, or a new IP that's like a spin-off of the Zelda franchise to maybe be like the 35th anniversary game. What if they did go back to a particular time and they focused on creating a new entry, but because there was this big sort of like demand a few years back for a female lead in a Zelda game, what if this is it? What if this is like a warrior Zelda in a different time and it's being made by Monolith Soft?
I'd love it.
Dope.
Yeah. There's also this other image here, guys, of a dude in a knight armor that looks like a goddess statue. Around here, it looks like the highly impressed with the Triforce. Yeah.
Also, the thought of like an amazing Zelda JRPG sounds really good. I love JRPGs. In general. So like getting something with maybe a really cool action and turn-based combat mechanics, I think would be really neat. You know, Nintendo likes to do that thing where like, well, we're going to give you this IP to make a spin-off, but we want it to feel very different than what our mainline games feel like. That's how the Mario Rabbids turned into like that turn-based tactics style concept. Miyamoto was like, yeah, you guys can do Mario, but we don't want them to be like, we don't want it to be a platformer.
What if there's guys, are we talking this Zelda spin-off into reality? Or at least into like a belief in our heads? Like, because it makes so much sense.
For sure.
It makes sense.
For sure, but at the same time, it could be, like, even though the way all this goes, it could, like, there's a very real possibility that this is just a random nothing, like, nothing to do with a game.
Right.
The concept art could have nothing. The concept art is concept art. Look at some of the concept art from Breath of the Wild with him with, like, headphones and, like, space stuff. Like, the concept art doesn't always go somewhere. And then at the same time, this could be the concept art they were using, and then Nintendo approached and was like, what if you turn this into a Zelda story? And they went, yes. Like, it doesn't, again, it comes down to a lot of it where we can talk about it as much as we want, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really mean that much because anything can happen.
Yeah. I want to take a quick break because there's a couple things in the chat I want to reference. I got a super chat here from Will Madrid. Thank you very much, Will. Will asks, what are the Nintendo games already announced? Just wondering because I'm hoping we don't hear any repeats on their E3 presentation. Well, the big one is Mario plus Rabbids Sparks of Hope. Besides that, there haven't been any major exclusives announced, but there may have been like some games that'll be coming to Switch. Like, for example, there's a Diablo 2 remaster, but that's coming to all platforms, including Switch. I'm not sure. Nothing else that I know of. I haven't really watched all the conferences, but like the big one is Mario Rabbids. There may be more tomorrow, though. Maybe.
There was there's also Legends of Mana.
Yep, that's true.
Did we
That
get an
was in the-
update on it? I thought we already knew about Legends of Mana.
I don't know
another
if we
one?
had the release date, but it's June 24th.
Oh,
Square
okay.
Enix presented that.
Okay.
Yep.
Um,
I think that's it, though. I don't think, like, excluding Rabbids, I don't think we've had a new Nintendo announcement in any of the conferences. Granted, we know of games that are coming out this year for the Switch. Still, obviously, Mario Golf and Monster
Skyward
Story.
Sword. Yeah.
No More Heroes 3, which I'm sure we're going to see some of that. That might even get a Treehouse little moment.
potentially, yeah.
Suda50 loves to talk about his games. And he's got a great sense of humor. I could totally see him sitting down at Treehouse just to go through a quick level.
Yeah, man. There
like-
could.
go for
Sorry.
it.
I was just saying that could be it. Maybe.
Yeah, and like he's again, it's one of those developers that you can watch and is entertaining.
Yep.
So it's not nearly as dry as some of the others.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. There's a couple. Just gonna get cover a couple other things in the chat here. The Joker earlier added me when we were talking about the dubious food stuff. You made it out of the Snow Angel bet. Let's see if you're batting 2 out of 2. We'll see. So initially, I put out a bet that I would have to do Naked Snow Angels back in winter when there was a speculation about the Pokemon Presents and the Gen 4 remakes. I put out a bet that was for sure happening, and if I was wrong, I would have to do Naked Snow Angels. So that one for one. But there's a lot more support for that happening than there is for Breath of the Wild 2 this year. So we'll see. But there have been tons of reports about Switch Pro coming out this year, so I at least got half that kind of going for me. Moving on here. Darcy... Actually, there's a couple things from Darcy that I found interesting. Darcy said, get Mithra to make your dubious food. That would be wonderful. Mithra's great at making food, right? It's actually Pyro that's good at making food. So
yeah, Mithra just sucks at cooking.
Yeah, it's fine. Darcy added me here.
That's good,
actually.
because you can make dubious food.
Yeah, it would be perfect for my suffering. But Darcy here said, doesn't the lead developer's wife always like the Nintendo Direct tweet if Monolith Soft is going to show up in it? Or I'm misremembering. I swear that happened with the September Direct. There is a history of different people retweeting or liking things, but I don't think the correlation's very consistent. I think that's just them hyping things up. Like, I think there was one time, like... But I think we shouldn't look too much into that. That doesn't mean that much necessarily. I mean, they're Nintendo fans, so they're gonna retweet something. Yeah.
I forgot about back in the day when we had nothing more rumors to go off of. And then, hey, this person liked it on Twitter. Please let that mean something.
Yeah.
I think we've evolved past that and rumors these days.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's been a really boring year. So I think we're kind of slipping right back into that where it's like I just anything, any little morsel I'm gonna jump at and go after, and I think that's kind of where things are sort of unfortunately at the moment.
Could be. Nishant Kelkar added me. Zelda Chronicles. What if they call... Oh, that's
That's an IP
interesting.
name right there.
Because it's interesting because it sort of does link it to the Xenoblade, right? But it's like, hey, this is Monolith Soft putting their take on a Zelda adventure.
Not Zelda Chronicles, Hyrule Chronicles. So they can do non-Zelda Link.
I mean, that's a good idea, but there's also Hyrule Warriors, so that's kind of like where I'm like, no.
Zelda it's a tough one then.
Yeah, I mean, they would be fine with either. Let's be real. They got away with Wii, so and new Nintendo 3DS. It'll be fine, but either one works. Yeah, to your point, Hyrule Warriors. I mean, you see, but Hyrule Chronicles, it would make sense because they could kind of continue it. But like, if it was Zelda
Tingle.
Say it again.
Hyrule Legends Tingle.
I like it. Let's run it. Let's go.
Okay, here we go. So there we
Let's see,
go.
guys. I got the perfect idea for the next Zelda spinoff. We've been wanting a female playable Link, so instead of Link's crossbow training, it's gonna be Linkle's crossbow training. There you go.
That
you
would
just-
be hype.
Just give me gyro and we're good to go.
No, yeah, the Joy-Cons, put them in 2 different zappers.
Yep, I'm
There
in.
you
Let's
go.
do it.
Good idea.
Zappers. Yep.
That'd be kind of funny. Let's see here. Hero of Hyrule, do you think that we'll get Treehouse time for Breath of the Wild 2? Yeah, I mean, I think we all kind of think that we're going to get some level of footage for Breath of the Wild 2 in the Direct. At the Treehouse, if there isn't any, I mean, it's one of those things, like, is the game coming out this year or not? But even if it was coming out in March, I feel like they should give us gameplay for Breath of the Wild 2. I don't think they just kind of give us a little piece. I think they give us more than that. So I'll say yes. And I say that it's a big focus. I think the most they give us is an hour, but because of the limited amount of time, like I see. I mean, it's hard to say because I don't know how many games are going to show up there in the Treehouse. Definitely, I think it'll be at the Treehouse. Even if it's not coming out this year, if it's coming out March 2022, I still think they'll put it out on the give us like Treehouse footage. But in terms of how much time they dedicate to it, I mean, I don't know. They could range between 15 minutes and an hour, I would say, which is, I know, a huge range, but it kind of depends on what their direction is, I suppose.
I don't know if
Yeah,
it's...
like,
Go ahead.
I think if the game is gonna release this year, then they'll likely have another Treehouse event specifically for it.
Do you,
I-
when
But
you
if it's
say
not
that, do
releasing
you,
this year, then
well, when you
maybe
say
later.
that, do you mean that there won't be
I mean, like,
any Treehouse
immediate-
footage for it this time around? Or are you saying that they'll
well, no, I'm
have like?
saying that they would have it like immediately, like the next day or something.
Well, my
close.
issue with that is that I have a hard time. Like, imagine they like, all right, Breath of the Wild 2, coming October 2021. Mic drop, direct ends, and then the Treehouse is like, all right, so we're not talking about Breath of the Wild 2. We're gonna do 3 hours of a whole bunch of other stuff. We know you're excited about that, but here's Tingle's Bejeweled Adventure, and then, but tomorrow, yeah, just watch all this stuff. It's not what you want, but tomorrow, yeah, something else is happening.
I want to ask you guys a question. I'm not sure if this was a question you were going to ask, Andres, but because of what you just said, do you guys expect there to be any Treehouse reveals? Kind of like how we got Samus Returns for the 3DS.
I'm gonna say, yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Continue, finish your question.
I mean, that's basically it. Like, do you think there's going to be lesser announcements dropped in the Treehouse, if any?
For the record,
no.
you guys are all welcome to ask questions. So if you have questions, don't be afraid to step on my toes and ask them. That's totally fine. I'm gonna say no as well. Like I don't think so. I think it was a different time. Firstly, it was for the 3DS. They probably want to kind of separate that a little bit. And they're just focusing on the Switch. And there's only 3 hours, so I think they're gonna be really concise. And they're not gonna they're gonna do the reveals during the Direct.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Is I think that was only done because it was not on the Switch.
Yeah.
And I think if that was on the Switch, or if they hadn't jumped to the Switch, I think that would have just been stuck in the actual Direct. But
this is not a serious take.
yeah.
Not a serious take, but to your point about it, because it was a 3DS thing, during the Treehouse, they're going to open up with Switch Pro. They're like, oh, yeah, so you know that Switch Pro you've been hearing about? Here it is! And here's this exclusive game that's only coming to Switch Pro. It's Resident Evil Revelations 3. Enjoy.
You know, I highly doubt it, but they could do it. B, it makes them not lying about their presentation.
Well,
I feel like even
they could do that if they give us a trailer for the Switch Pro tomorrow, then they could do that. There's no way they do a Switch Pro reveal without revealing Switch Pro first.
I'm just saying, if they revealed Switch Pro in the Treehouse
with no
Like,
no
it would
trailer,
be,
just like,
like-
oh, just check this out. Oh, okay.
it's just sitting on the table, say, hey, look, what's that? Oh, you know, I could see it, but I feel like they would be better off just like literally waiting until the next day and dropping a trailer on Twitter. It'd be terrible timing, but I feel like that would be more effective.
They could totally troll with the what is that over there? And Doug Bowser grabs it and goes, sorry about that. We're showing you this at a later time. You know, we're like, oh my god, was that the Switch Pro?
That'd be pretty cool.
Or there's just like a little box there, and he walks over, and you know the reveal on the talk show where they walk over, they pick up the box, and there's a Switch sitting there. They just pick it up, and they're like, oh, what is it? And it's got like pluses all over it, and he just picks it up, and just a regular Switch. New color Joy-Cons. Look at these babies.
Yeah, isn't it
They're gonna be
cool?
on sale next month.
Yeah. It'd be
Zelda
great.
Joy-Cons.
J Spike added me. Just wondering, how do you guys feel about leaks? Like, if the direct was leaked tomorrow, would you be so excited you had to read it, or would you wait for the presentation to enjoy it? I would read it, even though because the thing, any leak, if someone tells me there's a leak and people are talking about it, I'm gonna read it to see how fake it is. Because oftentimes people buy into a lot of stuff, and I'm like, let me take a look. No, for these reasons. Unless there's sometimes there's a chance, but like if it's just like a Reddit post or a 4chan thing, then I'm like, yeah, this is fake. So I'll take a look at it. I just have to, even though I don't actually want to be spoiled. I don't want there to be a leak. If it's after, I don't want there to be a leak, but I will look at it because I won't know it's a leak until it actually happens.
I feel like no matter what I wanted, I'd end up seeing it anyways.
Yeah, that's
Even if I tried to avoid it, like I'd have to completely like cut myself off from all social media in order to do that.
Yeah.
And I'd have to know that the leak existed beforehand too, because you know all the major parts of the leak are gonna be in the title of all of the news articles and stuff. So
I've been burned so many times by leaks that have sucked the enjoyment out of a reveal that would have been 100 times better if I didn't know about it. And it's like, oh, leak, oh, let's just see what it is. So basically the way I see it, if the leak is within 2 days of the event, I'm not reading it. Or at least I'm going to try not to. Because again, it gets shoved in your face everywhere. But if it's within 2 days, because a lot of those are like, when you get a leak that's like really, really strong, they can almost go like down the list of what happens in the trailer. It's like, okay, they've already watched the trailer and they're just reciting it. And that ruins a lot for me. Like it happened with Monster Hunter Rise, which I was like literally hours before I just clicked on something. I'm like, oh, and I read down like, oh, I shouldn't have read that. And then the direct starts and I'm like, oh, they're starting with Monster Hunter before anyone even knew it was Monster Hunter. And I'm like, well, everyone else is excited. And here I am just going, well, I guess it was right.
Yeah, I remember just kind of expecting Monster to be announced around that time, but yeah, I don't know. That leaks can be weird. What were you gonna say, Cameron?
I'm gonna say like I'm kind of in the same boat. Whereas like if their entire E3 direct got leaked tomorrow, I'd do my best to avoid it. And it's one of those hard balances that like, you know, for all of us, we're all content creators and stuff. So like part of it's that like, you know, you want to be up to date on all the news and be able to communicate that with your audience, but at the same time you still want to be that fan who is being genuinely shocked and surprised at these special events that, you know, only happen a few times a year. I tend to enjoy leaks when they're a little bit more vague, like when you hear special if it gets leaked that a Mario 35th anniversary direct is coming, but it doesn't say like this is coming out, and this is coming out. You know,
to me, it's like where I cut it off so close is, for starters, people saying it might have actually watched the video already. The other one is I'm probably not going to get a video out before then.
Right, like if it happens
So
tomorrow,
it literally does. Like if it happens, like if you read it 10 minutes before the direct, you just screwed over the direct and you don't get a video out of it.
Yeah.
If it's like the big Pokemon leak that was ridiculously right, like what, a year out? That was so insanely correct, and it's like you're following like, that. To me is interesting, and following that is interesting. The day of, it's like, oh, you just ruined it for me. At least then, you know, you can talk about it, you can make content about it, other people know about it. Yeah,
that's a great point.
You can speculate whether that is actually legit until, you know, Dynamax and Gigantamax both get covered, and you're like, wow, that's why I thought it was fake. You know, like if you get nothing out of it and it ruins the excitement and enjoyment, I really try to avoid that.
Yeah. Timing does matter. I'll tell you that because we're having this discussion, if Tuesday morning I'm like looking through and there's like, oh, there's a leak. Oh, maybe I shouldn't read it. We're just hours away. It doesn't matter. Like in terms of like covering it, it doesn't matter, right? It just, the only thing about it is just I'd be like, oh, okay, I should pay attention to this person now. You know, if afterwards they get it right. But I would still know after the fact. Like they would still talk about it being leaked after the fact, so I'd still find out. So that, yeah, it's something to consider for sure. I want to see surprises, even though I feel like I have a good grip on what we could see. I still want to see some curveballs, and even when we get to see like a Metroid or a Donkey Kong, just seeing it. Like, I don't know what the trailers are. I don't know what the gameplay styles are going to be. Like, seeing all that is going to be great. And I'm not saying for sure, by the way, that Donkey Kong's going to be there. Which I guess, maybe, you know what, let's move on to Donkey Kong. That's a good segue, pretty much. Good enough. Like, do we think the rumored Donkey Kong game is going to be in the Direct?
I think it will. Yeah.
Again,
I'm predicting it will.
I feel like yes. What has that Odyssey team been doing?
Yep.
And if it's a Donkey Kong, like that's enough time to push out a Donkey Kong, even with problems with COVID.
Yep.
So I feel like yes.
I'm inclined to say yes, but I'm not committed to it because I feel like I don't have enough evidence to say that it's for sure coming out this year. So if it's not coming out this year, they don't have to have it in the Direct.
Right.
Now, I'm not saying it's not coming out this year. I'm just saying I don't have enough evidence for me personally to be like, yes. But I'll also tell you that, like, there's a good chance it could. I mean, it's the Donkey Kong 40th anniversary, and given that we are hearing things about it now, to the extent we're hearing, and from what I've personally heard, I feel like there's a pretty good chance that a reveal is around the corner. So, you know. I'm gonna. If I had to bet money, I would bet money. Yeah, a little bit. I'm not gonna go broke, but you know, I'll say yes, but there's a chance no.
What if it's not the Odyssey team doing it, and what if it's Donkey Kong 99?
Donkey Kong 99.
Like I'm not even like I would really want that. So
like it'd be cool.
I'd be absolutely disappointed because I'd be like, no, that's not the Donkey Kong we've been waiting for. I say we get both, but you know,
that'd be cool.
Yeah,
it's not out of the realm possibility that we could get both.
Yeah. Also, Donkey Kong 99 could be announced like way later. Like they can announce it the day before it comes out.
Yeah.
Or the day it comes out.
Like in September.
I sort of kinda, because also remember how they're selling NSO is through games you need in order where you need it. And they 2017 they said it right in the interview with their investors. You know, we see a great influx when we release games that require it, and so that's what we want to pursue. And it's like, well, that's literally all they've done.
and usually they do that in September, right?
Yeah, but at the same time, they can announce it
in September. Yeah,
it's because that's when the most amount of people have to re-up their subscription.
Right, because that's when they actually brought out Nintendo. Yeah. But what do you think this Donkey Kong game is? Right, so I think we're all inclined to say yes, right, that it's going to be shown off to on Tuesday. But what's it gonna be? Is it gonna be like Donkey Kong Country? Is it gonna be a side-scrolling Donkey Kong game? Is it gonna be a full-on 3D platformer? Is it gonna be somewhere in the middle? Is it gonna be something funky that was not meant to be a Funky Kong punk? Just for the record.
Grand Adventure.
Donkey Konga 2, Bongos United.
They do really like peripherals.
Give me some more bongos. Yeah, some little drums.
I kid. Man, it's hard because part of me really wants them to take another stab at that 3D, more open platformer, but I just don't know that that's something they do. So I'm kind of leaning towards more of that 2.5D game, like
Yeah.
kind of a blend of the two, is what I'm leaning towards. Because I mean, there's been some rumors and suggestive leaks saying that it's it's not going to be called the country. It's not going to be under the country brand to separate itself. And I think changing up mechanics or kind of the level formula is a good way to separate itself from past Donkey Kong games.
I'm sorry, I missed you for a moment, Cameron. What was your idea?
Oh, I was just saying that I feel like 2.5D is
Okay.
is where I'm kind of leaning towards.
But when you say 2.5D, do you mean like visually or do you mean gameplay wise? Because like for example, Tropical Freeze you could say is 2.5D.
Right. Yeah, but taking that a little bit more to the extreme, a little bit more of the 3D elements than what we got with like the barrels and shooting you. But yeah, I feel like if it really wants to separate itself from the country series, that it needs to mechanically or whether it's level design do something different that we haven't seen in Donkey Kong before.
Yeah, I was actually taking a look at Jungle Beat, like just watching gameplay of the game. So for those who don't know, Donkey Kong Jungle Beat was a side-scrolling Donkey Kong game that came out on the Nintendo GameCube, which is made by the team that eventually went on to make Mario Galaxy and the 3D Mario team. So they initially made Donkey Kong Jungle Beat, and that's like the only like side-scrolling Donkey Kong game that was like a main entry for the series that doesn't have the country moniker. And the rumor is that this Donkey Kong game won't have the country moniker either, and it's supposedly maybe the Odyssey team, right? So it could be kind of like a spiritual successor to Donkey Kong Jungle Beat, actually, which, by the way, was compatible with the bongos. Was designed around the bongos, actually, in terms of gameplay. But what was interesting about Jungle Beat was that, yeah, it was a side-scrolling Donkey Kong game, but there was a lot they did in terms of playing around with the camera perspective. Like, it would zoom in a lot. It would sometimes put you behind the shoulder for boss fights. They really played around with that. Like, even though it was a side-scrolling Donkey Kong game, there were times that they kind of took advantage of the 3D engine, and they played around with that perspective a little bit. It was kind of like perhaps what you're suggesting, Cameron, where it was a little bit more of a hybrid. But even the Return to Tropical Freeze did that a little bit with like being able to switch between the background, the foreground, and things of that nature. Like they weren't like straight like side-scrolling, never changed the camera angles. So all of the modern, when I say modern, like 3D side-scrolling Donkey Kong games have played around with the camera angles a little bit. I would like them to go even further than that, because I would like a little bit more of a hybrid there. But when you consider what the 3D Mario team has done, they do a lot of that with the Mario games. They switch between 3D and 2D throughout the 3D platforming. So, they could probably do something interesting with that.
Like 3D World, which is, obviously there's a 3D perspective, and it's that point A to point B type of game design, but it's not the open world. But it's still a 3D platformer. That's kind of like a happy medium. I could see them doing something like that, and that would be different and new for Donkey Kong and really cool.
Actually, I think a few people kind of agree with you. DOS put out a super chat like moments ago. Thank you for the super chat saying, I'm guessing we get a Donkey Kong 3D World game. And I saw someone else, was it the Joker? Yeah, the Joker said, how about a 2.5D like Luigi's Mansion where it's 3D but not 100%? Like that isometric sort of camera perspective. I'm actually all for it. I think that'd be really great. Like, that'd be pretty cool. I would love to see something like that for Donkey Kong, which also wouldn't be as grandiose in scope as, say, for example, a Mario Odyssey style Donkey Kong game. Which might not even work for it, because the way Donkey Kong moves, maybe they wouldn't design a game in that way. So yeah, I'm all for that idea, and I'm sure some people who have rumored or leaked Donkey Kong saying it's 2.5D, when an isometric 3D Donkey Kong comes out, they'll say, "Yep, 2.5D, there it is." Like,
to me, the big issue with like an actual full 3D platformer is that Mario is like, he has a small base. And so you can be far more precise there. And then when you have something like Donkey Kong where the base is spread out so far, I feel like trying to make those jumps to and from in your 3D space, the landing of it becomes really kind of awkward. So I don't like 3D platformers when the base character is so wide, because it makes it really difficult to know when you're actually going to land the jump. Like, is the spot his arms? His arms should be good enough, but then that makes it way too easy to actually have to be precise. And then if you make it where it's like directly under the middle, then you have like weird images of where it's like, well, that should have worked. Like, so much of it, it's like, well, his arms touched. He's a freaking gorilla. Like, he can pull himself up.
That's why I really like that idea of like just kind of thinking about that. Given that he is a gorilla, like, I don't want to say they make the game easy, right? Like, they designed the game with this in mind, but because Mario doesn't necessarily have that kind of grip strength or what have you, he's a person, he's a plumber. Like Donkey Kong, they could design a lot of the platforming around him being a gorilla, being able to like just barely, you know, if he can just get his little fingertip just barely with his long arms, like he gets it, right? He grabs onto that ledge, and it can give him, you know, a lot more of like a margin, a greater margin for error, you can maybe argue, which might make the game easy.
There'd be a lot more like climbing elements in the game.
Yeah, just to me, it's like if you're trying to make use of that, it's like, okay, so every jump is going to involve him grabbing a ledge with like his fingers and pulling himself up, and it's like it's a very, like, it's like an extra animation that's going to get used so much. To me, I don't know. To me personally, I don't like the idea of it as a 3D platformer. As like a 2.5D, go for it. So I love it as a 2.5D. I don't like it as a 3D platformer.
I just want to make sure we're on the same page, because when you're saying 2.5D, right? But again, some people describe 2.5D as just a side scroller with 3D graphics. Like, are you saying?
I think that description is wrong. I'm going to just say it, that description, it's not 2.5D. It has 3D graphics, but if it's a side scroller, it's a 2D game.
So,
not a 2.5D game.
What would we call
it? I would call that more of like a 2D HD. Like,
it's just a 2D game with like the graphics.
How they like almost how they describe it with Octopath. Like that. Like that's more of like kind of what I'm thinking of, like where there is a 3D element, but it's still like it still looks fairly 2D, but the environment is still 3D, and you can go in and out of the environment, but I don't want it to be like completely free flowing where you can always go in and out of the environment, because I feel like with his size that's where you get the issues. Like where Odyssey is, where you can always go into the environment, it's a full environment to go through. I want it to be like I want the 3D aspect of it to be rather limited, so that you're not constantly having to hit these weird jumps where it's really awkward as to whether or not he makes it, or whether he's always climbing onto it after he makes it. I don't like, from playing 3D platformers like that, I don't like it when it's a large base, especially jumping into a scenery. Like, to me, I just find it very awkward. I'm also not the biggest platformer player, so maybe like just throw that away, but that's just how I see it.
I when you just consider it maybe being the Odyssey team, like, think about 3D World. I can see them making a Donkey Kong game that will have a lot of like pure side-scrolling moments, but still will like transition to a lot of the isometric 3D stuff, and I can even imagine boss fights being fairly open, you know? Like, that'd be, I don't know, I think there's definitely some serious potential there. I do think it's interesting that you all seem to think that 2.5D doesn't mean side-scroller. I guess when people describe the Donkey Kong games, oftentimes they do describe them as 2.5D, the ones from Retro Studios. But they aren't pure side-scrollers, because there is some play with the background and foreground a little bit. It's not dramatic, right? It's usually just you get into a barrel, you jump back and forth, but you know, like, there's some of it. I guess, you know, you could say that the country games are like on the, if there's a spectrum, right, it's like on the very 2D side of the 2.5D spectrum, right?
It has like some slight 2.5D elements, and a lot of it's scripted, like the barrel segments, those are scripted. A lot of its 2.5D elements are just scripted, so that doesn't even really count. But there's like a couple of scenes that are 2.5D, but for the most part, that's a 2D game. Yeah,
what might be a better phrase is whether or not we want it to purely be a side scroller. Because I think when you add those 3-dimensional elements moving in and out of the background, it's leaving that side scrolling mechanic. So for me, I guess I'm leaning towards, I hope it's something that's not purely side scrolling and has more 3-dimensional movement in it, more so than we got in Tropical Freeze.
I'm hoping for something similar. Like I'm okay with there being a lot of side scrolling elements because that's great. I love that style of gameplay, but I want them to do something a little different.
Yeah.
I just don't want it to be 100% 3D.
Sure.
If it's mostly 2D with a lot of 3D elements, I'm fine with that. I'd be pretty happy with that.
Yeah. I'm not sure what it's gonna be. But I feel like somewhere in the middle, maybe. We'll see. But I guess hopefully we find out on Tuesday. But let's move on to another long rumored game that I think is definitely coming out this year. And that is Metroid. Now, when I say Metroid, I don't mean Metroid Prime 4, and I'm sure you guys can give me your thoughts on that. I expect to see at least one trailer for the Metroid franchise, and that trailer is going to be for a side-scrolling Metroid game. Maybe there's also some 3D elements in there. I mean, it's definitely going to have the 3D background, like basically Samus Returns, but imagine if it was built grounded for the Switch and just like maybe a sequel to Fusion or something. Something like that, I expect. I'm hoping for some sort of interesting camera's perspective changing things, like for example, maybe occasionally you can go into first-person perspective mode, which I know people are going to say, oh, but just look at that's Other M. Other M, you had 3D movement, even though it was like a side-scrolling camera. That's like a 2.5D game. Like, I don't want that necessarily. I don't want like 3D movement. I want mostly side-scrolling movement for this. But if they had some sort of camera perspectives where occasionally you were in first-person mode, I think that'd be really interesting. But regardless, I think this game is real. I think it's going to be announced and shown off during the Direct. I think there's going to be treehouse footage. I think it's coming out in either August or September. Potentially October, but around that window, I think it's coming. That's what I think for that. I think there's a chance Prime 4 is at least mentioned. Maybe a small little teaser. That's like a best case scenario.
I think there's a chance Prime 4 gets mentioned. I could see that being the final, like, Zelda's going to be like the last showcase showstopper, and then their one more thing. I could totally see them doing a teaser trailer, not gameplay, a teaser trailer with just like an update, like, we know you've all been waiting really patient for this game. We're not quite ready to show it to you guys yet, but development is going very smoothly, and we look forward to showing you the first real look at Metroid Prime 4. You know, I think we're gonna get like our real true first look next year at E3. But I do see us getting a tease that's more than just a title, like placeholder title card.
So
something cinematic, real quick cinematic.
Yeah.
Now you say that, but Otherworld 2's trailer did that amazingly well.
Well, theirs was amazing because it was so self. Did you see this, Brandon?
I saw. Yeah, Dumo showed it to me. The Outer Worlds 2 trailer.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god, that was so good.
I typed something about the game and said, but that's not in this game. Check
Yeah,
out.
that trailer was hilarious. They were just making fun of teaser trailers the whole time.
Yeah.
In fact, none of this.
I love the first game, so I'm super hyped for that.
Yeah. That was, to me, that was easily so far the best trailer in all of E3. And
it was great. It was hilarious.
It was essentially a title screen. It was the Metroid Prime 4 situation, but they did it in
very self-aware.
We're showing off this
way.
monster. Oh wait, it's not actually going to be in the final game.
Just forget it.
Stuff.
No, I could see them do something where, like, really quick, where maybe you see like space, and then you see Samus's ship come down, and then it like cuts to a shot and you see like her feet step into frame, or maybe they do a Samus reveal. Maybe she, you know, how she like comes out of the top of the ship. Maybe it's just her coming out of the top of the ship and then it fades out, you know, just a quick little cinematic.
Bro.
I mean, getting a Samus reveal would be rad. Like that would be enough to get people
It'd be
hyped.
funny if they're like they do that and like Metroid Prime 4 still in development.
I don't know. I would love to see like a Metroid reveal of something, like just something like anything, anything to show that it's still going. But I feel like Nintendo is pretty good at like, here's someone very important sitting in a room that is entirely white at a table with his hands folded, and be like, I know you're excited, but you're going to have to wait. We are developing and it is going smoothly. We are happy with the way it is progressing.
Yeah.
Hopefully we will have something to show you soon. That just seems more of like what they end up doing.
And he's eating a prime rib, because remember when Metro posted pictures of prime rib, and everyone went nuts, prime rib, Metroid Prime.
It's gotta be.
But 2D Metroid, yes, yeah, I think we're gonna get it.
Okay.
And I'm not sure how ambitious it'll be. I hope it's, you know, I want it to be fast, and I want it to look cool and be colorful and, you know, moody. But we'll see. I've got high hopes for it, and I think this is a great opportunity to bring players into the Metroid series who've never experienced it before, just because everything seems to be a runaway hit on the Switch. And that makes me really excited, considering Metroid's really struggled to break out of its kind of niche fan base. And it's so good. It deserves it.
Like if they want to bring it back, they like it seems like they have to. Which again makes me happy that they delayed Prime 4 if they weren't happy with how it was coming out. And there's like a 2D Metroid might really help them out at this point. At least tide people over, so there is something else coming.
So, I kind of want to ask you guys this part. So, like, I've been on the whole Samus Fortnite train for a while, and I feel like I was validated because of the legal case between Apple and Epic. Documents came out that showed plans for Samus, and then other things in that document came to fruition, like the NBA players, like Batman, and other things. So I was like, oh, okay, like this is looking like, even though it didn't come out when the document suggested, like it seems like they're building up to it, because the other things have come out that were in this document as well. And then we even saw like this piece of concept art that had like a silhouette of what looked like Samus in her Variety suit. And then we got news that the next Fortnite season that's now live is entirely space alien based. So with what we're presuming is going to be an inevitable reveal of Metroid, I feel like the only reason they didn't announce Samus in Fortnite before is because there was no game to sort of hype up and promote. But with this potential Metroid announcement, there would be. So I've been thinking, oh, Samus in Fortnite is finally going to happen. But recently, a leaker, I shouldn't do this because apparently they're very credible, but a leaker says, this is on Twitter, I'm reading it, she said, sources tell me that a Metroid Samus Aran collaboration will not happen next season. Apparently Epic wasn't able to retain the rights to put her in the game. So that's what they're saying, which would be disappointing. But I was initially predicting that it would happen. I mean, there's always a chance that, you know, a leaker's wrong, right? Because I feel like if you ignore the leaker, all signs are pointing towards it happening. But with this leaker saying, maybe, who apparently has a really good track record, you know, maybe it's not happening. What do you guys think?
Oh,
Hard to say. Well, it's hard to tell. Again, I don't think the leaker's lying. I feel like they probably had some sort of information, whether or not it's 100% true, or maybe it was something along the lines of
one of those like backup PC batteries, so that if
It wouldn't stop
it's
the
just
internet.
like a quick. True. You can get one for your router. Maybe.
Let's take a quick opportunity to use the restroom, guys, real quick. I'll be right
Well,
back.
all right, sure.
All right.
So, the power kicked us out again. Hopefully, you guys can now hear me. The lighting is off again. This thunderstorm, man.
It just wants to ruin your day.
It's beating down on the cast, my dudes. Yeah. But it looks like we're live again, guys. Let me know if we're live. You can see everything. Cameron will be right back.
People saying it's back up, so
Cool.
should be good.
Cool.
Yeah, I gotta
right.
refresh. Yeah, it's back.
So, we're back. Yeah, we are back. Thank you guys for sticking around. I very much appreciate it. Yeah, we're back. So, yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see the replay of this. Like, is it all gonna be one piece? I hope it's all one piece.
I'm pretty sure it does. I've had issues like this way too often, so I'm pretty sure it definitely cuts out at least big chunks of it. But yeah, it still sucks.
Apparently, the audio is cutting in and out.
Audio is good. You might need a restart, like to refresh the browser, or if you're on mobile, to just close the stream and open it back up. That tends to fix out like 90% of all issues.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah,
It seems that it's only for a couple people.
Yeah, the last 2 times I've tried to stream, I ended up doing a speed test, and my 30 up was at 0.05.
Ah. You hate to see it.
So
Like,
lately,
it's not even a slideshow at that point. It's just nothing happening.
Yeah.
my outspeed is usually around 11.5, which, assuming there's no power outage, is perfectly fine.
Yep.
But
Yeah.
occasionally, the last couple of weeks, it's dropped down to like 0.17 for the whole day, and I have to call in for them to fix it. Yeah. Welcome back, Cameron.
Thank you.
Yeah. So this is the second restart of the podcast.
Living up to the name.
A decent amount of you guys are still around, so I appreciate it. Thank you for sticking through, guys. But we're gonna finish this one. We're gonna finish. So
We're committed.
we are committed. So hopefully this will be the last good portion. I don't hear lightning anymore, so I'm kind of hoping we're good. It was interesting because like the first time the power went out, it was just half the house. Like only it was only like half. So then I went to the surge protector and I restarted everything, and then I got back on. But then this time everything went out, but only for like 3 seconds or something, and everything came back on. So I didn't have to go to the surge protector. It was just, or the fuse box, I should say. But yeah, it took a while for the internet to reset. Up. Yeah, I mean, if the internet box goes out for a moment, it takes a while for that to sort of reset itself. Yeah. Jack the Mirror. Yeah, I'm so close to 10K. Yeah, I'm really close. I was hoping to hit it tonight, but with the thunderstorms, the podcast has been impacted. But we're still trying to have a good show. Maybe we do hit it before the Nintendo Direct. It is this Tuesday, so we'll see what happens. But thanks for noticing, guys. I appreciate it. We're close.
And remember, you can always help out by retweeting it or sharing it. You can always help more people find the channel.
Yeah, no, that would be greatly appreciated. And then on that note, do make sure to check out these lovely dudes. Their channels are linked in the description below. But we were talking about Metroid before we were rudely cut off by the thunderstorm. So again. But yeah, so Metroid's happening. The Metroid Prime 4 situation, I think. Oh, yeah, we were talking about the Samsung Fortnite thing, but yeah, Metroid Prime 4, I think we all agree there's a chance for a teaser, but maybe more likely they just say, hey, things are going well. There's somewhere in between those two. Do you think there's a chance that Prime 4 is not mentioned at all? Like, they just give us a Metroid trailer, and for the 2D Metroid, and they don't even say anything Prime 4. There's nothing said. Nothing at all.
If they are showing a Metroid trailer in any way, shape, or form, they have to mention Prime. If there is no 2D Metroid, they aren't going to say a word.
Yeah. Even if it's just in and them just being like, and just so you guys know, development of Prime 4 is going along very smoothly. Even if it's just that, like, I feel like they've got to say something.
I mean, you could definitely tell, like, they announced Prime 4. I feel like when they first announced it earlier than they might have if there wasn't a 2D game coming out that year. Like, I feel like the only reason they showed it off that E3 is because Samus Returns.
Interesting
Yeah,
point.
yeah.
I'll say that if you look at interviews, they started the next Legend of Zelda development in 2017. We got a trailer for the sequel to Breath of the Wild at E3 2019. So maybe a year and a half after they started development, they gave us like a teaser trailer. Prime 4, they started development, let's say, even though it was before, because they wouldn't have announced that they hadn't started yet, but let's say they started literally when they made that announcement in January 2019, even though I think it was a few months before that. We are now more than 2 years since that date. 2.5 years, basically. So you have to think that the game's been in development for at least 2.5 years. Being 2.5 years in development, they should absolutely be capable of presenting to us a trailer similar to what they showed for Breath of the Wild 2. Absolutely, they've had an additional year of time. Granted, Breath of the Wild 2 is building off of Breath of the Wild 1, so there's that to consider there. But most of the time, 2.5 years is enough time to show off a game. A lot of big games can be made in 2.5 years. Xenoblade 2 was made in 2 years. So, that was a little rushed, but still, they absolutely could show something off. And I'm not expecting like a big blowout trailer showing all the gameplay and things of that nature and how the game's going to be and the structure and the story. But they could for sure give us a glimpse. They absolutely could. And I think more than just a title. Like, give us an idea of the aesthetic of this game. Like, they can do that. It doesn't have to be as extensive as a sequel trailer for Breath of the Wild, but they could do something.
I love the idea of like a Samus reveal of some sort.
Like what
with-
Cameron said, right? Coming
yeah,
out of the
and
ship,
like
maybe.
development is like something. Even if she just like jumps into scene, and then like it fades out and says still in development progressing well, like just something like that. Like it would make people feel better, and a reveal like that would be like I would love that. I feel like Nintendo likes to sit someone important at a table and just say it to the camera like to me I feel like their view of it is like I want to look into the camera and be heartfelt to the fans, this is how it's going, versus let's show something real quick to make them happy. It's like let's just be as realistic as we can to them. I like that connection, but I would really love some sort of a reveal. It would feel good after all this time. Let's put it that way.
So my question to you is, do they show us Samus in third-person perspective, or do we see first-person perspective?
I think third person, because that's like the type of reveal that they don't have to expose gameplay, whereas the first person perspective, maybe people are gonna be like, oh, we're seeing gameplay. I feel like just showing off the new suit, whatever Samus is gonna look like, the new design, if there is a new design, maybe they'll full on throwback to the Prime trilogy, Metroid Prime 1. But I think if there is a new design, like it'll just be hype to be like, oh, the new Samus.
It also doesn't require a finished environment to show it off.
Yep, that too. Because it could just be space in the background.
Yeah.
You
I
guys
think
are making
third person
great
makes much more
points.
sense.
Sorry, Brandon, go. What'd you say?
No, I'm just saying, I think from a third person perspective, it makes a lot more sense if they are going to show anything.
Yeah.
Or just show off, just like Samus, or in an environment, because they definitely, like, some of the earlier parts of the game could be done to show, like, in the starter area, or just, like you were saying, Gamer, just have it, just the background be space or something.
Yeah, I think you guys are making all great points, but I gotta tell you, like, when I think about a teaser, like, I almost kind of envision maybe, even if it's early on and the design changes a little bit once the game finally comes out, like giving us like some sort of moment, like a moment, like imagine like for example, the moment when Samus meets the Metroid towards the end of Samus Returns. Like, what if they had some sort of moment like that where you get to kind of see a few things at once, a hint towards the story, a hint towards the environment, a hint towards, maybe they even do show a glimpse of first-person perspective, and then it transitions to Samus perhaps like touching like a Metroid, right? Like, it's not even like a dark thing, it's just kind of more of like a beautiful thing to see, you know, very serene maybe, or just kind of like exotic, like this sort of interaction between Samus and some sort of interesting alien life. Like, that would be one way, right? Or another could be kind of like, imagine Samus is going down some sort of dark corridor, or she's in a dark chamber. Like, we see like a little bit of gameplay, right? And then it transitions to kind of more of like a cinematic where she's looking around, and all of a sudden Ridley comes out of nowhere, and it's just like 10 seconds, right? Like, you see Samus for like 3 or 4 seconds walking around first person, cutscene for 3 seconds, then like 2 or 3 more of really just coming in, and you don't know what happens. It just cuts right there, and it's like Metroid Prime 4. Maybe they even give it, if they could give us a title drop, that would be sick, but they don't have to do that. They would just say,
I doubt they would.
They don't have to. They could just be like Metroid Prime something.
Love to get that much of like a peek into
it could legit be 10 to 20 seconds, which would be way less than a sequel trailer, right? It doesn't have to be that much. It could be maybe one area that is perhaps they're closer to completion.
Mm-hmm.
It would be really cool. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying it's realistic. I'm not saying it's likely. My prediction is that they just say, hey, it's going smoothly, right? But there's a chance they do give us a teaser. There's a chance.
I feel like the most realistic, while also being the most ambitious teaser, would just be Samus getting out of her ship in the very first environment and jumping onto like the ground, and then it cuts away.
Could
Maybe
do something. We have no idea the story direction that this game is going to go in, or how dark or light the game might be. But I mean, how cool would it be if it was just a shot? You know, it was just like kind of like panning through like a corridor or a room, and Samus is on the floor. Her suit is just like completely wrecked. There's chunks of it like missing, some like, you know, exposed part of her face and stuff, and just like sparks like sparking out of the suit, and you're like, oh crap, like what the hell happens to Samus in this game? You know, how dark go.
They could show us the moment when she loses all her powers. Yeah, inevitably. There's some questions here related to Metroid, so I want to kind of get to that before we kind of continue. The Best Cowboy, this is not related to Metroid, but said 3 hours and a half of the stream, and the stream is not over yet. And 2 lightning strikes, shutting out the power and the internet briefly. Yeah. But we're going. And the Sean Kelkar, do you think Prime 4 will have a subtitle like Prime 2 and 3 did? Yes, I think so. I kind of hoping they actually scrub off the 4 and just give it a subtitle. Just because I want them to just make Metroid Prime a consistent series moving forward, where they don't just have to continually add a number. Like Halo Infinite is not being called Halo 6, you know? Maybe they save that for the next
Hunter.
Metroid Prime, but Monster Hunter, another good one.
Monster Hunter, yeah.
Yeah. I hope they do a better logo than the one that Bandai Namco had as well.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Like, I mean, if you look at, for example, usually when they have a 3D Mario, they call it Super Mario, and then whatever the subtitle is. The 2D Marios are usually treated a little bit differently. Like, I want some sort of naming that's like, this is 3D Metroid, and you know what this is. Like, yes, that's what Metroid Prime is, but because of the numbering system, it's kind of... If you just continue to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, that there's... I feel like eventually you gotta stop.
Unless you're Final Fantasy,
unless you're
you
Final
never
Fantasy.
stop.
Final Fantasy is such an outlier,
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean,
especially now that everyone like their games literally have nothing to like. I've had to have that conversation with people. It's like, well, I haven't played the other 15. It's like, well, there's a lot more than 15, and none of them have anything to do with the other one. You know, you got to play 10 before you play 10-2, sorta, kinda. There's the 13s. Like it's they're such a weird outlier. Whereas now it's like Monster Hunter 4. You know what? We're gonna drop the numbers so that they're not connected and people don't worry about it. Because again, like even like you know Splatoon 3, I've seen people ask like, well, do I need to play 1 and 2 first? It's like no. The game practically doesn't have a story. Most of the story is told outside the game. Like
yeah, like for sure they could have done something like Splatoon, save the salmonids or something. You know, whatever just something like that. Splatoon. What would be for Splatoon 2? Like Rise of the Octolings, and then Splatoon 1 would have been like it's Stay Fresh. I don't know. Like you get my
Splatoon.
point. That yeah, well, yeah, you're right. Just Splatoon, but
That
they
one, Stay Fresh.
Stay Fresh is great.
you know, like it's kind of hard, to, especially like because Splatoon 2, like the Octoling stuff didn't really happen till the expansion, so you can't throw that into the name. And if they do something
Yeah.
similar with Splatoon 3, where the story is kind of nothing, and then they do an expansion afterwards that gives you way better single player, you know, that's fine and all, but then you're kind of losing your naming moniker.
Yeah.
So, but
Splatoon
again,
3
it's
flat.
you know, it's one of those things where it's like, do you run Mario Kart style and you just crank up the number?
Well, they don't always do the number. They kind of just they
Do the
do what they
number when
want
they feel like it.
when
Yeah,
they feel
double
like it.
And
Mario Kart
Is it
64
Mario-
didn't have a number. I mean, it had a number, but Mario Kart 64 it's not the 64th Mario Kart.
Wii
Uh,
Super
was it
Super
called
Circuit.
Mario Kart?
What?
Was the Wii one Mario Kart 7 Wii, or was it just Mario Kart?
no, it's just
Wii?
Mario Kart Wii.
Mario Kart Wii.
Yeah.
Mario Kart 7
was 3DS.
Oh, yes, you're
Yeah,
right.
and Mario
Awesome,
Kart
by the
DS
way.
was just Mario Kart DS. Yeah, I like Mario Kart 7 was really good.
I feel like most of
Yeah.
them have not been numbers. It's just like
Which
7 and 8.
makes it really weird when they tack a number on.
Yeah.
It's just like they got lazy. They're just like, we don't feel
I
like
don't know.
Maybe
They were
names
running out of
anymore.
ideas. Yeah,
Just recycle old ones. Give me Double Dash 2. I'll be happy.
yeah.
You.
the triple dash.
So let me just
Oh,
run
Triple
through.
Dash. We'll go with that.
Triple Dash
I
would
like
be
it.
great. Yeah. I'm just gonna speed through a couple of these chats, and then we'll kind of try and close out our predictions because there's still a good amount we haven't talked about yet. I blame some of the thunderstorm. This was always kind of like guaranteed to be like a 4-hour podcast, but like the thunderstorm has definitely delayed things. But kind of moving on here. Let's see. Josh Coleman. Ever since subbing to you and watching your vids, I always heard you talk about Metroid and always being very interested. I wanted to buy Metroid Prime Trilogy, but was waiting for HD version. I finally gave in a few weeks ago, and I've just finished Echoes. Loved every second. I can't wait to play Corruption, and very, very hopefully get a Metroid Prime teaser at E3. See you there. Yeah, that'd be amazing. You sounds like you're burning through it. Primes 1 and 2 already. Nice. Corruption's also pretty good, so I think you'll like it. It's a little bit more linear, but it's still pretty good. Oni-chan, Metroid may wait until 2022. The single play, the 2D one, I'd be surprised, but maybe you're right. Caleb Monahan, who do you want for Smash? Who do I want for Smash? I have everyone I want in Smash. I don't need anyone else. I'm feel free to speculate, but like once Pyramith were announced, this is it. This is my Smash peak. If the Fires Pass was canceled, I'd still be happy. I don't want it to be canceled, just for the record, but I'm good. I'm satisfied. Maybe Impa would be pretty cool. Master Chief, I'd be down for that. There's one more, and this is not an expectation because Sakurai has said repeatedly he wouldn't add anime characters, but I would love to see Goku. Especially since Nintendo probably wants to make Bandai Namco feel really bad with their presentation, so show off Goku, then announce like Dragon Ball Z Kakarot coming to Switch. Be neat. ASAP Royal, Satoral Marsh, yes, that is part of the background music. Aeonic Bond, thoughts on a new Zelda fighter joining Smash? I think if there's any, it's going to be Impa. She's the only other recurring Zelda character throughout the history that's not in there. That's like a major player, I should say, because there's obviously Beetle and Dingle and there's a few other options, but you know what I mean.
Dingle for Smash, let's go.
Yeah, here we go. Elma from Xenoblade X for Smash. I'd be cool. Yeah. But let's transition now. I do think there might be some sort of Metroid crossover. Samus and Fortnite thing, because the leaker may sort of take away from that. Maybe the plans fell through. Maybe it's been pushed up even more, potentially. I'm not convinced. I think there's still a chance, but for sure, it's definitely something to consider. Maybe assume. But like Dumo, we've ever since we speculated on the podcast like a month or so ago, I've been like mentioning it like every time it comes up. I would love for there to be some sort of like Monster Hunter crossover with either Zelda or Metroid or both, because they are going to be updating the game all throughout the year, adding little things like what if one of them is a Ridley, or a Kraid.
Again, it's one of those things where like it's not out of nowhere, because they did do Leshen Bahamut in World, so it's just I don't know. Yeah, I think it would be really cool. I would love it. Like
it's just something that makes
I would love
sense.
It. It's just I don't know.
It would be so cool and it would make sense, but there's no like evidence for it, right?
See, the issue with it, the only thing that kind of really holds it back is like this is the greatest idea and there's no way it's not happening, is that the game is also on PC, or coming to PC.
And then they just don't
add
that
what
one
do you do?
Character.
But do you go with that and you don't add that event, and then the PC is getting a worse version?
Well, maybe you give them them a counterpart, like something different.
And then is it really that worth it, or does Nintendo allow it because it's good publicity for them? Like I don't know. It's really hard.
It's coming out a while from now, though, right? Like I don't know. It's one monster.
But it's one really cool monster, probably a set of gear, and so I don't know how they handle it. To me, it's just it's a very big question mark as to how they handle it more than anything else, and if it's worth it to them. Like if Nintendo really wants it, because if Nintendo really wants it, I'm sure they'll make it happen.
And if not Ridley, what if it's like a Lionel? Like imagine they do a Lionel from Breath of the Wild.
Really cool. Honestly, I feel like Ridley's probably a better chance, but I could see like how cool would it be if this year we get a Lionel, next year they drop the G rank version, and with the G rank version they give us Ridley. Like that would be
Okay. All right. So how like Iceborne is like in ice.
Yeah.
Right. What if the Monster Hunter Rise is in space? You rise to space. And in space, they actually add a space region where you fight like exotic alien monsters, and one of them is Ridley. It's not happening, but oh my god, how amazing of an idea would it be though? Like, okay, maybe not like space itself. Like maybe it's like more like a mountain that is kind of like Mount Moon in Pokemon, where there's like a very spacey vibe to it because a lot of creatures that may have originated from space are there, So maybe there's some things like that. And with that in mind, there's another like crossover event they could do with that, Rayquaza.
True, although I don't think Pokemon will allow it.
Oh yeah, because you have to kill it.
Pokemon Company way too controlling.
You have to kill a Pokemon. Yeah, you have to chop off its tail.
Like in World, they have the Coral Highlands, which could be seen as like a very space-ish sort of area. They can always they can always make an arena for it that's very like space oriented sort of, or it kind of has that look to it.
Mm-hmm.
I would love to fight one of those and watch Valstrax just slam into it.
Oh yeah, that'd be super cool.
Have you done that fight yet?
No, I've been.
Oh my god,
waiting.
We're gonna have to do that soon.
Yeah.
That the sound. Oh, it's so good when that thing invades my. Oh.
Yeah. No, there's some serious potential there, for sure. But again, it's just as pure speculation. It's speculation I think makes sense. Like I feel like it's logical, right? But you know,
just enough logic to it that we can, because it's not completely out of nowhere. I mean, like there is some reasoning behind it that makes it logically make sense. But again, like, yeah, it's hard to tell. It's hard to know. But so far, Capcom has only announced, like they have a timeline, and the only thing announced is Capcom collaborations. So they're collaborating with themselves on the game. So, like, older games, like look at Generations Ultimate, had so much Nintendo stuff. You know, had Mario stuff, had like multiple Zelda things, had Samus Zero Suit. Like it was like there's so much there, and they have so much that they can dig into, and I would just love to see them dig into more of that. And I'm really hoping that comes up on the Direct.
Yeah. Well, do you think there's gonna be anything that's like Switch related that we learn about tomorrow during Capcom's event?
They are definitely going to talk about stories too. I would be very, very surprised if they don't talk about Rise. I honestly would be very surprised if they don't talk about Rise and give a PC release. And then I expect Nintendo to recap both of those to on in their Direct. It's just like Rise is selling so well and is doing such great things right now for the Switch. I would be blown away if a game that they're still pushing doesn't get anything. Like, doesn't get a mention.
Yep, it's going to be interesting to see these games that are already discussed over E3 mentioned again during the Direct. Like, are they just talked about for a few seconds, or do they basically just rehash the exact same trailer? Because if it's just a repeat of the same trailer, that would be bad. Like, I feel like it's got to be more like just a quick little thing.
See, that's where I can see, like, they would do a trailer and be like, here's the PC release, and then Nintendo does like, here's a Monster Hunter Rise trailer, and boom, there's the event quest with, you know,
Ridley.
a Lionel.
Or a Lionel, yeah.
You know, like that's where I could see that working, and them both
as long as it's
getting
something
their own
new.
thing, and it's both like the Capcom one is exciting because there's the PC release, and everyone now has a date that they can look forward to that's been waiting for it, and then Nintendo gets to drop this like event quest that would be huge and really exciting. And I feel like that's sort of that would be a great way to do it, where they both get to make a splash with their announcement for the same game.
Yeah, something like that I think would work out really, really well, for sure. But let's kind of continue moving forward though. So we've touched on Metroid and Zelda and Pokemon and Donkey Kong, right? But there's probably a few other things there. Well, let's talk about this other known one, and then we'll jump into whatever other ideas you guys may have. What about Splatoon 3? Do you guys think Splatoon 3 is going to show up in the Direct?
I think it will. I think the fact that they showed it off so early in the year kind of implies that it's going to also be like early in the year.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, we got Legends Arceus announced like a month after, and we're seeing that game in January. So I wouldn't be surprised if Splatoon was definitely like the March game for next year. So I think they're going to need to show it off. I just don't see them showing it off in February and then just being like, well, nope, it doesn't exist. I'm not going to show off.
Yeah, why not just save it as a big E3 reveal at that point? Yeah.
I think it's going to be there. I think if this was a normal time and they weren't doing completely digital, I wouldn't be surprised if they do Worlds as Splatoon 3 instead of 2. But I don't think they want to ship 16 copies of the game out to people to like this early and then just be like, well, I hope you don't leak anything or give it to a known data miner in your community that you all know and love. So like, I don't know. It's tough. I think they're gonna have to show it. I don't know if they'll show much more, but they have so much they can show. Like show us some more specials, some more footage, some more angles.
They can show
haven't
us a
shown
single
dualies.
player.
They haven't shown Brellas. I don't even know if dualies and Brellas are coming back. I have a feeling that those things are going to be Splatoon 2 exclusive.
Maybe.
I think it's possible, and I think it's smart from a balancing standpoint. It makes me very sad because I sort of main Brellas, but
They might also
don't
want to explain more about the
work.
salmon connection, right? Because you have a salmonid
True.
following you. That was this whole salmonid thing with the SOS was a big teaser of the game at the beginning of last year. Like there's clearly an importance there. Maybe not with multiplayer, but with single player. Maybe there's an expanded horde mode. Maybe it's more about an adventure. Maybe it's all of them. So I feel like there's a good chance they talk about that. I feel like it's definitely one of those games that needs a treehouse segment. Like I'm gonna be disappointed if we don't get a treehouse segment.
Especially if they show off a new game mode for the E3 trailer.
Yeah.
Like this new game mode coming to Splatoon 3. If that's the case, then I think a treehouse makes a lot of sense just to demo that.
They could also technically announce a test fire. Like maybe they don't give us a specific date, right? But they may say, hey, there's this test fire coming relatively soon, you know? Just to keep us aware. Maybe it's like next month, but they announced that it's coming. But this is all assuming the game comes out this March. I'm assuming it comes out this March. It might not come out this March, right? Brandon, I think you kind of agree with me. We touched on it earlier, right? But do you guys think that March is a likely release date for this game, or is that perhaps a little bit optimistic?
I feel like March makes sense. Well, March is sort of where I want it to come out. There is also a good argument for summer.
Right. Initially, I thought summer too, but then I had a discussion with Salmon Center, who I think might be a legit leaker. Maybe a lot of people were like, no, but you look at the track record, you're like, I'm like, yeah, but maybe. But like thinking about like logic wise, like February Nintendo Direct, they showed it off. Was there even a reason to show that off? People were like, why'd you show this off 2022, right? And it would still be, if it comes out March, it would still be over a year since it was announced to release, right? Like you look at Splatoon 2, when that was announced, it was January. It came out 6 or 7 months later, right? There's that to consider there. And like the game seemed pretty far along to me. I know we had a discussion before. You say the game still has a lot of work to go. Sure, right? But over a year, they can get a lot of that ironed out.
Oh yeah, like they were, like the game visually was lacking a lot more than people wanted to say. The lighting was significantly worse than Splatoon 2. The ink textures were either they're changing the way they're doing the ink textures and they're going back more to Splatoon 1, or they've from a design standpoint decided to go back to ink that looks more like Splatoon 1's, which might just make the gameplay better and easier to track people swimming. But there was definitely things where it was lacking quite a bit, and I don't just mean like frame rate resolution. I mean like there was definitely like a lot of things visually missing, and it's not like that's an issue. Like again, we're talking about polish and playing around with lighting, and this stuff it happens really late in development, but it definitely had a good ways to go.
Mm-hmm.
I think the story segment of the game looked really good. I think it was more like when they showed off the stage, when they were like actually playing around, you could see a few of those mechanics hadn't been ironed out graphically. But I think that the actual like single player looked way better than anything we saw from Splatoon 2.
Yeah, but again, you're looking at like it's a lot easier to make it look good and render that single player segment than it is having because I'm pretty sure that was like that's gameplay that they were showing. That was multiple people on screen, not just like in engine. This is what we can do with our engine, but that looked like this is early gameplay of it.
Well, the fact that they have that to me suggests that the game is pretty far. Even though it's like some graphical things to iron out, that can happen in that last year. As Brandon was talking about Legends Arceus, like that is the time for it to happen. And I would say that Splatoon 3 still looked further along than Legends Arceus. No
doubt.
It looked much further, and on top of that, Legends does not need to balance the game before it comes out. So you're gonna have like a lot of that balance. Well, the balance has to come at the end. You can't balance the game before you've made it. So the balance has to. I feel like the balance is like one of the last things. Like that's something you can even hold back until like a day one patch, because you have to go online anyways. But I feel like a lot of that balancing is going to be done near the end as things start to look a lot better. And yeah, there's going to be different people working on it, so a lot of things are going to come together really quickly. But the game was rough. It looked very rough, but at the same time, we're talking about a game that looked rough in a lot of places where, like, to me, like Legends, that beach scene looked like the beach isn't going to look anything like that in game. Whereas the Splatoon stuff that we were shown, it's like, this is what it's going to look like. Like, it just seemed so much further along.
The fact that they showed off 3 different major components of the game is very telling. They showed off single player, which with actual like avatar customization options, which it's like the beginning of the game, right? It's like they're showing at the beginning of the game there. They also showed us the hub world, the hub area, and they showed us like actual like multiplayer. They showed us 3 different major segments of the game. It just seems like it's pretty far along. And I'm inclined to agree with the idea that when Nintendo announces things like this with an actual like sort of set release, they do try to keep it within that fiscal year. Like, why announce it then if it wasn't planned for the fiscal year? So I think there's a good chance, especially when you consider that Splatoon 2 sold like 12 million copies, so it's definitely the kind of game that would be a good pusher to come out in March to close out the year. So
this is an incredible opportunity for the Splatoon franchise. They launched, like, there was what, like 5-6 million Switches in the wild when Splatoon 2 launched.
Mm-hmm.
There's now what, gonna be closer to 100 million. Like, that's you're looking going from like 12 million up to like 20 million if Nintendo pushes this hard enough. And then that's sitting around like you're now getting up closer to like Breath of the Wild numbers. You're getting close to Pokemon numbers, Smash numbers. That, like, this is a huge opportunity for the franchise, and I just want them to get it right, because that a lot of the issues in like ranked in the West is that we don't have enough people, whereas in Japan they have a like huger player base and it's much closer together, so their rank system works way better, especially in X rank. And if we can pull in and hit that like 20 mil sales, you know, that would fix a lot of the problems that we see in our ranking system. And I think that would be just be so good. And that's a fix without them doing anything. That's just, we literally need more players for it to function properly. But
yeah,
no, the fact that they were showing gameplay, or at least what looked like gameplay, I feel like it's really far along. I feel like and again, they're probably building same engine and trying to change the look, and then trying to find a way to make it feel unique and different, and then giving it a new story. So I feel like the engine stuff is probably just, you know, it's almost like an EA game where it's like they like adjust the engine, like the TikTok. They adjust the engine, they make it better. They adjust the engine, and they like optimize more. And it's like I feel like that's kind of what's going to happen with Splatoon 3. Is it's going to be, the engine is there. They're now just going to take that engine, they're going to optimize it, and then give the game something that feels unique. And I think the new movements are going to do it. The new look to the weapons that are fairly far departure from Splatoon 1, where Splatoon 2 is like some things looked a little different, but they were still, you know, they're still pretty close. I feel like that's probably going to be more of it. And then I feel like we're going to get a lot of complaints of, oh, it's just Splatoon 2.5, just like we did with Splatoon 2. But when
Smash
you actually
Ultimate support,
all that same
that's a joke,
garbage,
by
I
the
think,
way,
is going to be said. And I feel like it's coming for Splatoon 3, and it's just going to be the people that actually play the game and know, like, from a casual perspective, it's like, yeah, it feels the same, but it's like when you've got like a couple thousand hours into it, you will immediately feel a difference, kind of thing, you know? Like, people who were casual in Smash, like, again, nothing wrong with that, but like when casual and Smash and like, well, Smash Ultimate feels exactly the same as the last Smash. It's like, yeah, but then you have Zero saying like, no, this feels incredibly different. It's like, who am I gonna like? Whose opinion holds more weight? Like you say it doesn't, but then like the person that knows it best kind of deal would. It's like,
I mean, I
don't
think there
wanna
are
say
people that
your-
would
your
say that
opinion-
Mario Kart 8 and Mario Kart 7 are the same, but they're not.
yeah,
Right?
and like again, it's not to like put anyone down. It's just a matter of if you have 50 hours into the game, like yeah, that's significant, but it's not as significant as like if Kyo has like I don't know, like 8 to 10,000 hours, something like that in Splatoon 2 alone. It's like if he says no, this feels completely different. I'm sorry, I'm gonna take his word for it over like pretty much anyone else's.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to be up in that hour percentage to be able to tell me otherwise and have me believe it. It's just, you know, it's just like if someone works in the field of something and they say it, it's like just because you say you read something on it doesn't mean you're right. Like it just, yeah. Anyways, I'll leave that rant.
I hear you. We are at it's now we started at 9 for it's now 1 a.m. so it's been 4 hours even though the podcast had 2 like random shutdowns and restarts because of the thunderstorm. So I know, but we're gonna try and close things out here maybe in about 15 minutes. Maybe it's possible, probably not, but okay, if you guys have to go to sleep, let me know. But let's move on here because I think we all expect to see Splatoon 3. Would be surprised if it's not in the direct. Basically, if there's nothing in the direct, if something's not in the direct, it's not coming out this year. Just obviously, and I would say I would extend that to it's not coming out this fiscal year. So Splatoon 3 is not in the direct, probably not coming out this March, probably later on. I feel like that's a decent bet. Do you guys kind of agree with that?
Yeah, I think if it's not March, it's going to be a July release. And then maybe like the E3 right before that, if we get another digital E3 or if they do a return to form, I could see Nintendo wanting to go full force with the Splatoon tournament because those are a ton of fun. And Nintendo loves doing the tournaments at E3 time.
I almost wonder if the fact that we haven't gotten an announcement for Splatoon 3 tournament at E3 could perhaps be indicative of the game is coming out later, because maybe they want to have at least one of those.
Yeah.
But maybe they announce a test fire during the direct and it happens afterwards. Like maybe, like in the same way how like Halo Infinite is getting stuff tomorrow. You know, maybe we haven't seen everything for Nintendo's like E3 plans. You know, maybe they announce some Smash or like Splatoon stuff throughout the week, starting Tuesday or something.
Even if it's coming in summer, I expect to see something there. I'd be very sad. My channel would be very sad if they didn't show something. Like again, even if summer, and if it is coming in summer, I wouldn't be surprised if they do something in January and announce it, because I feel like the test fire, they're going to do it. I would imagine closer to launch. And remember, we're going to be on new servers for this.
Right, that's
we're going to be on the new matchmaking servers.
Maybe with a new piece of hardware too. So
yeah, and I don't know how much this is going to affect it. I just hope they've done more work on the netcode.
Well, we probably won't find out during the direct. Maybe the test fire though, if there is one. If
they open the direct, said Splatoon 3, by the way, we've made massive netcode adjustments, I'd be like, yep. That's great. That's all I need.
No gameplay, but that's enough for you guys, right? Okay,
I'd be happy with that.
one.
I would be 100% happy with that. Like the netcode is so bad right now, I can't play Brellas. That's like the weapon doesn't function. You get killed through your shield constantly, like it doesn't exist.
Yeah, I mean,
so
that makes sense.
I would, like netcode adjustments would just it doesn't sell to most people, but to me that is like the most exciting thing I could hear.
Yeah. But again, I do want to kind of move on here, so I'm going to get to this question from Troll Guy. What are your highest hopes for Splatoon 3? Mine are a higher tick rate, since it's higher than Splatoon 1 than it is in Splatoon 2. I'm not sure what that means, Dumo. Do you?
Basically, it's how often the game sends information online. So it sends it every...
I think you told this to me the other day, like that Splatoon 1 updates faster than Splatoon 2.
Yeah, it's like how many frames. So like it builds up a couple frames and sends it, builds up a couple frames, sends it. And what we have right now, Splatoon 1's tick rate was faster, and the big issue with Splatoon 2's tick rate is that we have weapons that kill faster than the tick rate. So 52 gal actually can kill in less frames than the tick rate. So between the time that the packets are sent, you can be killed before anything happens on your screen. So like you'll die to a weapon, like again, it's tight. It's got to be like perfectly timed, which obviously you're not able to do. But there are times where you see no shots, you just insta die to nothing, and it's like, oh well, it's a 52, or it feels like you got one shot by a 52. It's just that's how fast it kills you. That's just
okay.
So like it updates the tick rate afterwards. Because of it, also we have like lag issues where people swim towards an edge and they'll do what's called a substrafe back. So they'll cancel the momentum and quickly come back. But because the game is trying to update, it predicts where your movement is, so it will predict them going off the ledge, and then they'll teleport back up when they actually get the packets as to where they actually are in the game.
So basically, because the game
lowered.
doesn't update as fast, there are things that happen, and people were like, "That made no sense," right?
Yeah, and it does happen, especially when you add in like other issues with netcode,
Sure.
Distance physically, people having garbage internet.
Okay, so
people
yeah.
playing in a tinfoil room. I don't know.
Hopefully, with the improved servers, that won't be an issue. Maybe even if the Switch Pro has like an Ethernet port that isn't bottlenecked, it's like those things can make a big difference, right? So hopefully that helps.
Consistency. That's all I care.
Yeah.
And again, as to what I want most, netcode improvements, up the tick rate, make things work better with worse internet. Just make things solid on the internet line. That's all I care about.
I'm more
Everything
of a
else is a
casual.
given.
That all sounds great, but I would like to see a expanded salmon run or some sort of horde mode. I really love horde modes, so I'd like to see them expand upon that. That'd be really exciting to me.
Yeah, I'm the same as Andres. I'm more of a casual. I'd love to see. I loved the salmon run mode. I'd love to see them even go bigger on the single player. Do something a little bit more ambitious with that. I really enjoy the single player. I think the boss fights are a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And unique. I'm not. This is a multiplayer focused game, so I'm not asking them to do like this, like really strong single player, but just expand a little bit more on what they've already established, and a cool new game mode, whether it's horde mode or something
Royale.
else. More. Yeah, dude, Splatoon Royale would work really well. I'm not a huge Battle Royale fan, but I think a Splatoon Royale would be quite just like 100 players squirting ink everywhere would be quite the sight.
It doesn't even have to be that many.
Look
Maybe
interesting. I think functionally it just doesn't work.
maybe it doesn't have to be that big of a map or that many players. Maybe like 32 or 16, and it's a situation where it's an island and the water's just slowly rising, and it kind of just pushes you to the peak. And you can knock people out, and there you go. And you can be faster too. It doesn't have to be like a 30-minute thing like Fortnite.
Yeah.
Brandon, do you have any ideas for Splatoon?
I don't know. I mostly just want to see more of the single player and maybe a new game mode.
Okay. But now let's again, because I'm trying to close things out here. So I feel like we've covered like the big ones, right? We talked about Zelda, we talked about Pokemon, Donkey Kong, Metroid, Splatoon. We've touched on Monolith Soft all throughout. Now, is there anything else? And you guys could each have your own like separate. Like, is there any sort of prediction that we haven't covered that you guys want to kind of get out there?
Yeah. I wrote a couple down. Let me just see. I mean, I mentioned it earlier. Bayonetta 3 is definitely something that I really want to see. I'm a big fan of that series. It's been a long time. I know the creator's sick of getting asked about it. But I think people read way too much into that tweet that he had, or that interview that he had, where he was saying like, listen, you should all just forget about this game for a while. I think that was more like, you're going to see it when you're going to see it.
Back off.
Rather than,
stop asking me.
Rather than like the game's nowhere near ready to be seen. So I'd really hope to see that one. I'm also hoping to see some sort of Microsoft crossover with Nintendo. You know, we've had those weird little Switch teases and all those Microsoft interviews and videos, and it's really weird. And usually when people start freaking out about stuff like, what does this mean? Is Microsoft doing something with Nintendo? Usually they'll squish that really quick to subvert expectations and not allow people to overly hype nothing. And instead they've just kept doing it. So I find that really interesting. I feel like something's happening, whether it's Master Chief in Smash, whether it's bringing Rare Replay to Switch, whether it's a special curated Game Pass coming to Switch, or maybe the Master Chief Collection coming to Switch. I don't know. But I'm hoping and expecting to see some Microsoft-related crossover.
Sure.
Even if it's Master Chief costume for Smash Brothers. You know, something.
I was going to say that if it's like a Master Chief costume, I don't think that's what's being teased by Microsoft here. I'll say that if it's a Game Pass thing, I don't personally expect it to be showing off during the Direct. It feels like it's not really... I see if there's something like that coming, I could see that happening maybe in September when Nintendo wants to update sort of like their online plans and things of that nature, and there's usually like a September Direct. I could see it happening around then. If it's something that's sort of online related. If it's a game like you said, like a Rare Replay, a Master Chief Collection, I could see that getting announced during this Direct, and that'd be pretty darn cool.
Yeah, it'd be really cool. And then obviously Smash Brothers I think it's a given that we'll see a Smash reveal. I hope it's a Zelda character. I think Impa would be great. But it's Zelda's 35th anniversary. I know there's other anniversaries. There's a Metroid anniversary and a Donkey Kong anniversary. And I'd love to see characters from those series as well. But since Zelda's my favorite, I really hope we get something Zelda related. And I think Zelda has weak representation in Smash. We have 3 versions of Link in the game. And then we've got, Sheik, Zelda, and Ganondorf. I'd love to see one of the champions. Impa would be great. Any of the champions would be great. Or even... come on, Tingle. We talked about this. Tingle time.
And maybe we could have an alt skin as Balloon Man or something. Yeah. Okay. Or does that pretty much sum up your predictions?
Yeah, my only other one that I had that I was going to include in my video was, it was already announced. It was going to be Mario Rabbids, because I was premature last year.
Yeah.
Talking about it. And we got that. So, yeah. I'm sure we'll see some new games that we're not even thinking of. Maybe a new IP.
Maybe WarioWare.
Yeah, WarioWare would be fantastic. WarioWare switched. Let's do it.
Love it.
Yeah. I'll tell you, because Best Cowboy's asking. I have not talked about Kirby yet. I expect at least one Kirby announcement during the Direct. I'm thinking something online centric though. Like it's like an eShop kind of title of some sort, maybe something related to Nintendo Online. Something like that I'm kind of sort of thinking. There might be a bigger Kirby game in the works. I don't know if that gets announced yet. They might wait on that one. But I do think something Kirby is getting announced during the Direct.
Wasn't there just a Kirby thing that happened recently? Or not too long ago anyways, with like 4 Kirbys on screen?
Yeah, it might have been like last year or something. They do something Kirby every year, so it's yeah.
I know that Hal has been teasing something big for Kirby this year, though.
Yeah, so they might. The big thing might be at this Direct. I'm expecting at least one thing Kirby. That's where I'm kind of at right now. But if it's something bigger, awesome.
Yeah.
Brandon, you want to go?
Honestly, I don't know, man. I'm trying to keep my expectations in check. Other than things we already know that we might see, I just really just want to see Zelda. Just show me Zelda. If I see Zelda, if I see a good enough amount of Zelda, I'll be happy. That's all I need. That's all I want.
I think the big problem with this year is that with so many things that haven't happened recently, and so many we know of so many different things that are in the works or studios that haven't released things, it becomes really difficult because anything is kind of possible.
Mm-hmm.
The other one we haven't really talked about is do we know when Shin Megami Tensei is coming?
It was leaked for November, but I don't know if we've gotten official news on that yet.
For 5?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I could see that as being one that's in there. We know there's gonna be something Zelda. There should probably be something Donkey Kong. Like we've gone over all of it, and there's only so much screen time you can give. The other thing they're probably gonna do is sizzle reel with a bunch of indie titles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They do that. They'll probably do a sizzle reel with some remakes. But this is nothing new or special, and we kind of know this is happening. One I'm going to say every year till it happens, I'd love to see them bring back Eternal Darkness.
Yeah.
I don't think we see Mario Kart 9.
So.
That's pretty much it. Like, and again, everything's just sort of opinion and where it falls. Actually, the other one that would be really interesting is if we see something for Marvel Ultimate Alliance 4. I'll throw that one out there as something interesting that's possible.
Okay.
Because
How did
sold
3 do?
well?
Oh, did it? Okay.
It broke 1 million. I know that much.
Okay. Yeah, that's a decent third-party game that could happen. It'd be sick if Nintendo announced a new Star Fox and it was being co-developed by Ubisoft.
Yeah, possible.
I mean, right now they already have the Mario Rabbids crossover, so I don't know if they're gonna be doing 2 crossovers at once or 2 like collaborations at once. But just a cool idea I'm throwing out there, not a prediction necessarily.
I personally would really like to see them bring it back as like a much more in spaceship game, less getting out and running around, more akin to like the 64 version. I would love to see them bring it back with multiplayer elements online, because I think that would be fun to have a spaceship dogfighting game on Switch. I think that would be a lot of fun.
They should hire EA.
But can they do it without the microtransactions?
I was half joking, but like you have
has made some good online like dogfighting space.
Look at their Star Wars games.
Yeah. Again, I rag on EA a lot, but they do produce very high quality games. It's just I don't agree with their monetization strategies.
Sure,
for sure.
Yeah.
But like they do have high quality games, and the people that work for them love working for them. Like they treat their employees really well. So for the most part, except for the ones that they come in and like destroy their studio. But the rest of them do pretty well on EA, and all seem to have great things to say about EA. So
Yeah.
I wouldn't be opposed. I just don't think it'll happen.
Yeah,
I
was joking.
Nintendo.
I don't actually think that's happening.
But it would be cool.
Yeah. A few things I'm going to throw out there that aren't necessarily predictions. I think Retro Studios is obviously working on Metroid Prime 4, but if there is something else, if it's not showing up in this direct, I don't think there is something else anymore. I feel like we're getting to the point where like if we're almost past the point of it getting like of them saving it, like whatever they've been supposedly worked on since 2014, like if it's not coming out now, like it's gonna be too close leading into Prime 4 probably. I mean, if it's a different kind of game, they could probably still sell both like right next to each other, but if the game's done, why haven't we heard about it at all?
Yeah.
So it kind of makes me think that maybe legitimately we don't know what project they've been working on. We don't know why Nintendo would decide to all of a sudden trust Retro Studios for this. Maybe what were you gonna say?
I was just real quick before I forget. The only thing with the Retro Studios announcing another game that's not Metroid Prime 4, I feel like sadly people's gut reaction, if we haven't seen anything Metroid Prime 4 but we see something else from the studio, is like what the heck, like you're supposed to be working on Metroid Prime 4, even though this would have obviously been something that was developed before they started development on Prime 4. But I feel like they have to be ready to show Prime 4 before showing something else, just because people are gonna, you know.
Well, they don't have to. Maybe they don't have to say who's actually making the game, right? Like,
True. Yeah, that's a fair point.
I mean, then we
Sure.
wouldn't know. Like, maybe what if there's already a game that Retro Studios that has been announced and Retro Studios has been working on it? Like,
That's a fair
I
point.
don't know. But I do also kind of agree with you though that like if they were to announce what Retro Studios also is working on, they should have given us a Prime 4 update, right? So who knows? What if we do get a Prime 4 update in this direct? They say, hey, things are going well. It was a Metroid game, but then later in the direct, they're like, oh, we have another surprise for you. Here's a game from Retro Studios. It's a revival of Kid Icarus or Star Fox or something. You know, like that'd be super cool. So yeah, this is pretty. I think this is like kind of like maybe that last chance though. Like if it's not announced, like in this direct and it's coming out within a year from now, like it's no. I think whatever it was, maybe it's something that'll surface in the future. Maybe it's something we'll hear about 10 years from now. It's like, oh yeah, they were working on a Earthbound 7 and they just canned the idea because it just took too much effort. And then they started making Prime 4. Like maybe, you know, like for example, we did hear about that Zelda project that they were working on back during the Wii era. So something like that could surface again years from now. But beyond that, again, I've said this so many times, but there is that EPD team that has worked on both ARMS and Mario Kart. What are they doing now? The last game was in 2017, so that could be showing up during this direct. They might save it as a big reveal for next year, but that's another thing to kind of look at as a possibility, right? To your point, Dumo, there's just so many things. Like, not everything's gonna be here, so that we should probably keep in mind. I like that we kind of talked about Zelda, Splatoon, Pokemon, Metroid, and Donkey Kong, because I feel like those 5 are like the 5 to sort of like be thinking about as like the major players for the foreseeable future.
That also causes the problem as to like those. If we didn't have like those 5, it's like we would be speculating about those 5, and that would be the big like, oh my god, this is gonna come. That's my big prediction. But since they are all pretty credible and most of them are like almost guaranteed to be there, it makes it really hard to do sort of an off the wall prediction and just sort of like throw one out there, because it's like you can say it was like, well, we have like you on the podcast here, like we've talked about it so many times over the last year.
Yeah,
it's like it's really hard to make like a really sort of like, oh, here's this crazy idea I had and I think it might be possible, because it's again like they've like we're talking anniversaries, there's this, like leaks leading up to it, there's like the studios that are probably working on it, and it's just yeah, you've done too much work.
yeah.
You've done too much.
There's actually another thing here, and I'm glad that Elliot Jason brought it up. Pikmin 4. So that is something that conceivably could be announced during this direct as well, because apparently it's been near completion since 2015. So, you know, I'm paraphrasing Shigeru Miyamoto. They probably restarted that project, actually. I think there were some murmurings of that.
It's got to be canned at this point.
I mean, I think at this point there's just another Pikmin 4 coming. When you consider that there's Pikmin inside the Nintendo Universal Park, when you consider they just put up 3 Deluxe, when you consider they're working on a mobile game, I think Pikmin 4 is definitely in the pipeline. I think all these other things are meant to kind of popularize the franchise, and when all those things sort of come out, then Pikmin 4 will release and hopefully do better than 1 million.
I think Pikmin 4 being this time in production, when a game is this long in production, it usually comes out and is absolute garbage.
Yeah.
Just throwing it out there. It's better to just let it go. But then it's like my problem is why release 3 Deluxe if you were working on 4 so close? And if you've been working on 4 for so long, it should be done. And if it's not done, you're in development hell and the game is cursed.
Yeah.
Well, you gotta consider that Nintendo, the way they work, they're always sort of throwing out ideas and concepts, playing with gameplay ideas. And oftentimes they have a gameplay idea and they're like, oh, this is really cool. Oh, let's attach this to such and such franchise, right? So like for example, F-Zero may not happen until one random day. One of the EPD groups is like, hey, we have this cool idea with like spinning and like lightning and gravity, and I think it might work for like a futuristic racing game. And Miyamoto's gonna perk up, like he'll be like sleeping on a counter because he's getting old. He's like, oh, what? Spinning, lightning, space? Oh, Captain Falcon. They do it. And they'll be like, oh, but we wanted it to be like, nope, that's gonna be the new F-Zero. Like, that's kind of what they do. So, you know, I feel like they're probably, maybe they had something and they sort of went back to the drawing board and they played around with the ideas. But I do feel like at this point, Pikmin 4 is in the works. I'm not saying it's coming out like tomorrow or this year, but I feel like it is definitely like one of those things that sooner or later we're gonna get an announcement of it. And I think it's sooner than later. I think within the next couple of years, we're going to see an announcement for Pikmin 4.
Yeah, it would be so bittersweet if we saw Pikmin 4 at this year's E3, because I've literally predicted it for every E3. I'm like, you know, I'm just sick of being let down. I held on to that idea that it was like almost done for years. Like I just couldn't let it go. It's like this is the year. Like I'm feeling it. I feel it in the air. Pikmin is coming. And I was wrong again and again and again. So I'm like, forget it. I'm done.
I could see it next year.
Yeah, I think next year makes sense after the mobile game's been out for a bit.
Yeah.
When you talk about a game for that long and you've seen nothing from it for that long, I've seen it happen too much with Square, where the game comes out and it's been in development for so long, you literally have components from the original game with components from the new game, and they don't go together whatsoever. And it just, you have this disjointed mess of a game because it wasn't focused enough, and it just wasn't developed properly. Like it's like two different games.
Yeah.
Especially I don't expect that to happen for Pikmin 4 though. Like, yes, it's taken a long time, but I just think Nintendo would have just gone back to the drawing.
Smaller project. It's much easier to not screw it up. Like, it's not like a big, ambitious open world game that's completely changing the mechanics of the series every single title, like Square Enix games are.
I don't know. It's
not like Final Fantasy.
To me, 15. And again, like it's a very, like the mechanics aren't really changing, so that like it worries me if they're struggling to get that out.
I imagine they just shelved it, or they just stopped working on it at that point. Like it wasn't a priority for them. They might have even moved that team on to something else.
Like Star Fox.
They probably wanted to popularize Pikmin more before that they released this new game. And who knows even how far in actual development they were, or what Miyamoto even really meant when he said what he said in 2015 about Pikmin 4. Like, who knows what he was actually referring to. It could have been anything. And they could have
Which studio makes that?
One of the EPD groups.
Yeah.
There's like 10 of them, so that's kind of the tricky part.
It doesn't really help us.
Yeah.
No. It's like, if they're not doing it, well, then what else have they been doing for the last, like, I don't know, 6+ years?
Yeah. With the EPD, they literally could just move them on to another project and we would never know. So
yeah,
and there's probably overlap with those different groups though, right? Like, so, and sometimes they could have third parties come in and help and things like that. And there's not just EPD, like there's other Nintendo studios like now Next Level Games and Retro Studios and Monolith Soft. Like they have some options, but I mean, I feel like
might have been working initially for like a Wii U game, and then they decided to can that and make something for the Switch instead.
Yeah, because Pikmin 3 started off as a Wii game, and you could kind of tell. So yeah, you know, maybe you're right with that one, but you know, we've been doing this for about 4.5 hours and 2 thunderstorms, so I think we've tried our best to keep the discussion going. Thank you everyone who stuck through. If you didn't stick through, I'm not mad at you, but if you're seeing this later, thank you for coming all the way to the end. Leave a like. Make sure to check out these lovely dudes who are all linked in the description below. is there anything else you guys kind of want to say to kind of close things out?
Thanks again for having me. It was a fun time, power outages and all, and I am beyond excited for Tuesday morning. I've got a good feeling. So,
I think Nintendo's going to kind of save this E3 like they do so many E3s, just because they're so good at what they do with this advertising. And again, Andres is really trying to hit that 10K mark before before the Nintendo show happens. So if you guys could tweet it out, throw it up on Discord, whatever, just give him a quick shout out. That would be absolutely awesome and greatly appreciated, guys.
I'll tell you guys, I'm pretty darn close. Thank you for pointing that out. I'm at 9,998 apparently. So we're really close. So, I think there's a good
it says
chance.
10,000 for me.
It
on the
rounds
channel.
it rounds up.
It's rounded up though.
Yeah, it rounds up. But we're close. So thank you guys for the ride. I think we're close. It's rounding up, but we're right there. Maybe tomorrow morning, or for sure by I think there's a pretty good chance. Oh, we're one shy now, so that's
We're one shy. It's rounding up, guys. We just need one more.
Make it happen.
Can someone do it for us?
Yeah, make it happen before this man goes to sleep. If anyone deserves it, it's this guy.
it's fine. We don't. I'm at 4. There's 4 9s. That's pretty good. So that's pretty cool. 999 is a pretty cool image right there. I'll even take a quick picture. Oh, my phone's dead. It's fine.
It just goes with the rest of this night.
Yeah.
Well, let's hit that 10K, just so we can have something super positive to end this night off. But
we had a
that was a great discussion.
Someone
Love
did it actually. This says 10,000. So
yay!
what? I hit 10K apparently.
Great job, everyone.
Wow.
There we go.
Thank you, everyone, for making this one happen. That's a good.
Wow.
Congratulations.
It's great.
Andre.
Thank you,
Congrats,
guys.
man.
Thanks for subbing, my friends. Hopefully you actually stick around if you subbed. But we'll be. I don't know if you guys will be available next Sunday, but it'll be pretty awesome to have a post discussion. Brandon, I think you at least planned watching the stream, the actual direct with me, right?
I think that's the plan.
That's the plan. You can say no live. It's fine.
I don't know yet. We shall see.
We'll see, but provided there isn't a torrential, even if there is a torrential downpour, I'll absolutely try. This is the first time we've ever had thunderstorm issues, so I think odds are things will work out for the stream on Tuesday. But
And you hit
yes.
10K. It was good luck in the end.
Yeah, sometimes, the path, it's a little rocky. Sometimes it's not an easy path, but that doesn't mean you stop. So thank you guys for watching. Thank you guys for being awesome. Cool. I wasn't expecting to hit 10K today. I didn't think we were going to hit it. But thanks. That's awesome. We got there. See a lot of congratulations in the chat. Thank you, Birdman. Thank you, Ionic Bond. Thank you, Falsetto. Zero, thank you. Jacob, thank you. ASAP Rel, thank you. Nishant, thank you. Nox, thank you. The Joker, thank you. Computer Robots. Had a little question here. Are you going to be streaming the Nintendo Direct when it happens on Tuesday afternoon? I'm going to do my absolute best. Absolute best. So I scheduled a vacation day a while ago, months ago, for June 15th because I expected the Direct to be on June 15th. So I'm off on that day.
Good call.
Yeah, thank you. But all right, guys. Hopefully we get some good stuff in the Direct. Try to keep your expectations semi in check. You may not get everything you expect, but I think there will be variety. And at least some of the things there you will enjoy. And who knows, maybe to your point, Dumo, maybe Nintendo will save E3. They have what it takes. So, yeah. But alright guys, thanks. We'll see you soon. Take care.
Bye guys.